Hey everybody, hold on, give me a second. I gotta put my headphones on here. All right, wait, whoa, that's loud. Okay, better. Woo. Is it just me? Is the stream coming through okay for all of you guys? Hey there. Welcome, Linda. Thank you for joining us here tonight. It looks kind of grainy on my preview. Let me see what... I really shouldn't have the... Okay, never mind. It's me. That's good. So, yeah, I wanted to come on and show you guys the new setup here. Why I removed the flag a while ago, and have been working with all these lights, and I sort of been telling you guys, what was going to eventually happen, but it's almost done. It's not quite done. You can't really see very well from what I can tell on camera where it's not finished, but in between the letters, the LEDs are still exposed, and I'm going to change that. I'm actually going to be adding a little bit of black piping in between, and that will allow the LEDs to appear almost seamless, sort of like an old neon sign in some ways. Not in all ways, obviously. It's definitely a new backlit sort of stream. Obviously something it's not my idea. It's definitely been done before, but I thought it was kind of cool. I'm also going to be covering up the very obviously silver screws here. I'm going to either be painting them, or I do have a some putty to fill it in and paint over. It make it really hard to take down and paint around, so I might paint the screws first and wait, because I'm going to be painting the walls. As you can see, I've been marking all over, and when I measured them, you can still see the measurement line going up here, and then there's a few going down. Hey there, Gary, welcome. Thanks, Linda, I appreciate that. Good to know. Hey, Barb, good to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. I know it's been a while again. I figure I will explain. I'm going to give it a few minutes here. But I just got some, not really bad news, just some general disappointing news. YouTube's been kind of restructuring the way they email people and update people every month, especially creators in general. They send us newsletters every single month with... it's been a variety of things over the years, anything from new strategies, sort of, to, the general tips of how to run a YouTube channel and things like that. And they recently updated, and they started including channel stats in the emails, and I don't generally I'm not really a big numbers guy. I just kind of do what I feel like I want to do, and then I hope that it goes well. And so far, it's done decent on at least the main channel. The second channel, not so much, but there's some good reasons behind that. I have ignored this channel a lot over the course of its history, and it's also technically an old channel, and so I'm not sure how well that works out with the YouTube algorithm. This channel is technically like 10 years old. I just renamed it and started using it recently as the second channel to 539, and so I'm not sure if that's screwing around with me at all. Oh, sorry. Hey there, Ja. Hey there, Jenny. Welcome. Hey there, Goulet. Good to see you. Hey, it's been a while. Wow, my one chat is, I'm reading the wrong chat here because my one chat is way behind. Girl in the Curl, welcome. Yeah, good to see you all. Thank you for joining me. So yeah, we'll get the sort of, it's not bad news. It's just kind of disappointing, like I said. We'll get that out of the way first here, and then we'll go on and talk about other things, updates, what we're going to be doing here in the future, some of the things I'm going to be doing to correct some of the various bad news that I've been getting, and so it seems like maybe there's still a little bit of hope out there, but yeah, as you've known in the past, the channel has undergone, especially the 539 channel, has undergone some serious issues with the algorithm changes. It sort of really put a damper on the channel, really took views down to a bare minimum, where I was getting a ton of views for a while, and then all of a sudden it just hit a brick wall, and it was that day that I learned that they implemented a new algorithm, and ever since then it's been a real pain to try and get the algorithm to cooperate with anything at all. So yeah, the plants are doing pretty well. I've been getting a few more. I'm actually going to try and do a plant rescue live here. I forgot to do it. I fell asleep last night and forgot to do it, and so I'm going to I saw a lucky bamboo plant, and it was on sale because it was obviously dying because they weren't caring for it, and it was all yellow and nasty looking, and I do have an idea of how to save them, and I've done it before and had some success here. I've got one that I saved here in the background. You can't really see it well. You might see it kind of behind this mic right here. Ooh. Okay, I thought I froze there for a second. Excuse me. So anyway, I have one that I saved, and I have another one, and they keep them in really terrible water in these little tiny containers, and they just never they never change the water, and so after about a week they start to yellow and die, and no matter how much light you give them or how little light you give them, they're going to just get yellow and fade away. And so they had marked them all down to $2 instead of just caring for them. They could have made the full price if they just would have changed the water, but I guess people that work at big box stores like that often are not professionals. I guess it makes sense. You know, they're probably not paid to be professionals either, so I'm not really trying to judge or anything. But at the same time, they just kind of wait until things start to turn yellow and die, and then they mark it down, and then, it ends up just dying. So I bought it. It was $2, and we're going to cut it off, and it's kind of an interesting way to save it. You got to pretty much cut it off behind the yellow, and then we're going to heat up some wax, and then we're going to dip it in wax. Part of it, not all of it. Hey there, Beaker. Hard time with orchids. I've never tried orchids. I've heard a little about them. I know they like to live in a lot of them like to live in bad soil. Like they recommend on a lot of them that you grow them in the sphagnum moss, which has little to no nutrients in it. And so that's really all I know about orchids. I could be absolutely wrong for all I know. So, yeah. But yeah, anyway, I appreciate y'all being here. I know it's been a while since we had done a live stream. But if you are enjoying the live streams, make sure to give it a thumbs up. If you have other social media and you feel like sharing it, that'd be awesome. It does help us grow. And, Oh yeah, getting back into the whole YouTube thing, and then we'll get that over with. But so yeah, I got the email, and um, we had just crossed a pretty big border. We had just crossed the 30,000 subscriber mark, which was kind of exciting. And then I got an email, and it was, of course, it's always kind of worded all nice and happy and talking about, this month in YouTube and things that have been going on. And it included the analytics of the channel. And I saw that in the last like 28 days after between the time they had sent me the email and it's been a little while ago, but we had only gotten like 95 new subscribers, and I was like, now that's really odd. Like we get not the best views, like I said, but not bad views. Obviously, it's something that we've been struggling, like I said a little bit ago, with the new algorithm, and ever since then it's been real hard to get the algorithm to sort of promote anything that the channel does whatsoever. And some of that is the new algorithm, and some of that is maybe some of the changes I've made to the channel that some people haven't liked. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that everything dropped so low, because that's like something that I experienced in like we're going through year 6 right now, and that's like year 2 stuff for me, and so that's why it's so strange. And again, I'm not complaining. A lot of people out there would love to get that many subscribers in 1 month. I know that's relative to my experience. I've been doing this a while, and I remember beating that on this channel, and this channel, oddly enough, got 0 subscribers. But I understand that the way the new algorithm works, YouTube rarely promotes any channels that aren't monetized, and this channel is not monetized yet. And so, just in order to, get it to be promoted at all, I'm gonna have to monetize it. And it's not that I don't want to. I do. This is part of my job. I'm a photographer. I do various other things from time to time. Occasionally I do freelance IT work and things like that. But, it is part of what I want my career path to be involved in, the whole social media thing. And so it is kind of disappointing when you see things kind of dip so far below what you're used to, especially when you're still getting fairly good views and pretty decent likes, decent comments. Everything seems to be doing okay in comparison to other channels my size. We've all sort of dropped equally. So, it's like a lot of the channels that are my friends and family, as it were, I guess, are experiencing similar things. So it's not like it's, me just complaining about what's only happening to me. But it has been really rough recently, especially seeing, 2, 3, 4 years ago, I was getting videos and I, getting excited about hitting 10, 15, 20, 30, 80,000, 100,000 views, and then even not as short ago as a few years, getting. And some of the videos eventually take off, obviously. I have a few videos that have taken off and done pretty well, but it just seems like overall the algorithm is just outright ignoring a lot of channels unless they're sort of fitting into this old-fashioned sort of YouTube mold. Not really old-fashioned, I guess. It's sort of a new school thing, this idea of what's popular on YouTube. And you can see it, if you look at the trending page, some of it's good and some of it's just almost on the flat out ridiculous range. And then some of it doesn't even have enough views that it seems like it should be on the trending page, but somehow it still gets there. And so there's a lot of things going on in the background that I think are just really hurting a lot of channels right now, and it's unfortunate. And it's not just me, so I don't want to just focus on me and whine or complain about what's happening, but it's happening to a lot of different people out there, including big creators. I see people with hundreds of thousands of followers, or maybe millions of followers, and some with maybe a decent amount, like in between 50 to 100,000, and they're getting like these videos that are getting like 300, 400 views, and it's like, now that doesn't really make sense. It's like that's a YouTube notification thing, If you have, a really huge amount of people subscribed to your channel and you put out a video and everybody's notified that video is out, then I would guess no matter if video is absolute trash or the best video you've ever made, at least 1,000 people are going to click on it. If you have 50,000 to, let's say 4 million, in the range of people that I know to actually personally, that would be the range of followers and subscribers. And to know, people like that getting less than 1,000 views on a video, let alone my channel, is ridiculous. And so I think that's just kind of crazy. There's people that have more subscribers than me that are having worse problems. And I think that's just the craziest thing. Hey there, Agnes. We're in a pandemic. The crazy thing about everything going on is that views have been going up, which is kind of odd. Views and subscribers across the platform have been like crazy because everybody's been at home with nothing to do. So really, everybody's channels should be doing better. That's the crazy thing. Money-wise, now that's another issue. Obviously, ad sales are down because of the, economic troubles and stuff in some areas of the economy, at least. So ad sales have been kind of down. And that's one issue, but that's not a huge thing. Growth is the more important thing. Getting that audience, building up that audience is the more important thing from the get-go. You don't want to really focus on money. So, I'm more worried about watch time, about subscribers, about comments, about things like that. Generally how YouTube's helping to promote the video based on what other people watch, because that's what the algorithm's meant to do, right? It's supposed to take the videos that you watch and then promote videos or offer you different types of videos that it thinks that you might like based upon what other people that watched, the videos that you're watching and watched after they watched it, if that makes sense. It's kind of a little bit diluted, I apologize. But so it's so let's say like you watch like another exploring channel or something, and then you pop over and watch my channel, then the algorithm should look at that, and then somebody else that goes and watches that video, it might say, well, hey, so-and-so was watching this video earlier, and then they watched 539 Productions next. Maybe you might like that video too, because it's also the same subject matter. And YouTube's just not doing that to my channel right now. At least not a lot. Somewhat, yes. But it's been crazy. There's been an ongoing notification issue for years. YouTube really, I don't know if they've come out and officially acknowledged that they're working on it or what they've really said, but basically all channels, even big channels, have been experiencing this problem where no matter how many times you go in and you click the little notification bell and then you turn on all notifications, no matter how many times you do that, it's never going to be very good at notifying you when there's a new video. And all channels have been experiencing it, but it just happens to obviously affect channels that are smaller more, because if 10% of your audience gets notified and you have an audience of 1 million, then you're already doing fine. And so the algorithm's going to start promoting that video, and it's going to start, you're going to start getting more views. And then when the notifications keep trickling through, it's going to start building and building and building. But for like a small channel like mine, when for days and days and days, no one's getting notified, it kills my video. So, I might have one video that like does amazingly well, and then I might have a bunch of videos after that that just do mediocre, they might get a few thousand views. Maybe some of them are even less popular and get 1,000 views. But see, the weird thing is it's not that people don't want to watch it, because when the people eventually do watch it, they like it, and then they realize that it's been out for years and that they never knew that it even existed. And that's the problem, is that, say, like, a lot of you might a real problem on my channel is a lot of the people now are into the cemetery videos, and that's cool, that's awesome. But when I when I upload a non-cemetery video, YouTube already from the get-go expects that it's not going to be popular. Oh, this isn't what most of your viewers watch right now, so we're just not going to send out the notifications because we don't think they'll like it. And then that's what they exactly do. Or they'll just be like, okay, well, less people on your channel like the, adventure, travel, or abandoned stuff. And so when you put that out, we're not going to promote it to everybody else because we think that that's a sign of what everyone will think. And so they make these really crazy assumptions about your content, and it really affects the smaller channels. And it's funny because you can see the proof of it when you have these celebrities. I know there's this celebrity chef that I watch. Well, I appreciate that, Linda. Yeah, that's good to know. Some people, it works. But even like I check with my parents even from time to time. They watch the channel and they get notifications. And a lot of times it'll be like 2-3 days later. Sometimes even like a week later. And like it's crazy. So I'm sort of monitoring it with some of the people that I know so that I can tell when things actually come out. And for some people, it comes out right away. Sometimes they get it right away. And then sometimes it's days and days, and it's so it's crazy because even though you have notification, it won't tell you, and because of that, the algorithm is assuming that the videos are unpopular and then not. So it's like this like domino effect where it's like they don't send out the notifications, then the algorithm thinks that my videos are unpopular, and so then they don't send out more notifications, and then the algorithm, of course, thinks that I'm less popular, and so it just keeps compounding, and it's just horrible. And that's YouTube right now. And it's in some ways it's been getting better. It seems like there's still opportunity to get bigger and opportunity to grow, but it's just more random. It's like one video. It's like my California series. Like most of the videos got like between like in the first few weeks at least, got between 2,000 to 3,000 views, we'll say, maybe even less. Some of them got like just over 1,000 views. And then like I had the cemetery series from San Francisco, and well, not San Francisco, but the Bay Area, and those did just bizarrely well. Some of them got hundreds of thousands of views. One of them did like 80,000 views. Like, I mean, it's not great for YouTube, but it's pretty good for the channel, and it did really well. But then after that, it's just like, okay, and we're done. 1,000 views, 2,000 views, 1,000 views, 3,000 views, 1,000 views, 4,000 views, 5,000 views, 3,000. And again, those are good. But, for a growing channel to just pass 30,000, that back when I had 5,000, 3,000, 2,000 subscribers, I could guarantee that my videos would get at least that many views. I could be like, okay, well, I'm putting out a video, so almost bare minimum, it's going to get 5,000 views, or I'm going to delete it, because it's just not something that's going to perform. And I could just sit there and watch it. And most of them would do exactly what I said. They would either they would beat out the first day. Within 24 hours, they would beat out however many subscribers I had in views. So like I said, if I had 3,000 subscribers, I would let it go and see if it got 3,000 views. And if it did, I would keep it, and if not, I would erase it, which didn't happen very often. And sometimes I would let things go if I thought that it would pick up later, and sometimes it would. I had one of my more popular videos only got 2,000 views in the first 2 weeks, and I kept it. And then like a month later, it took off and went up to like 80,000, 100,000 views, and like kept going. And then it just all of a sudden hit a wall. and that was one of the ones that hit right in the middle of the algorithm change. So it was so frustrating because it was doing 10,000 hits every single day, and I was getting between 1,500 to 2,000 subscribers every single day. I'm trying to remember what year it was, but anyway, it didn't go on very long because the video hadn't been out for very long, and it didn't take too long for it to sort of hit that wall. And then, yeah, and that's when the algorithm happened. And right as my channel was pretty much taken off, and after that, it was like I started catching up with all these people subscriber-wise. I was getting all kinds of subscribers, like I said, and then I hit this wall, and I can notice that I went from like, instead of getting like 1,500 subscribers, I got like 400, and I was like, well, that's a big drop. And I noticed the video was only getting like a couple hundred views, and I was like, well, that's weird. And that was when I ended up seeing like a video pop up talking about the new algorithm and how it was going to be changing everything. And yeah, ever since then it's been sort of this declining, I went from 1,500, 2,000 viewers or 2,000 subscribers every single day to like, I did that every single month, and then I was doing that every few months, and then every 6 months, and then it's like, and then now we're to where we are now. Sorry, I'm ignoring the chat. No new tattoos. I'm waiting until next month. Next month I'm going to be getting my second Moderna shot. And so after that, I will be heading back out on the road, maybe doing a longer trip. I'll probably hit the tattoo studio up. Planning to get my septum re-pierced. I had that pierced for like years, and randomly I had one of these new, it's called Bioplast. It's like a plastic, surgical grade plastic that is really flexible and was really comfortable for my nose to like heal and everything. And so those were the main ones that I wore, and I could flip them up when I didn't want it to be visible, although I don't promote that. But I mean, every once in a while you get in a situation where you have to, and so I could flip it up and it'd be invisible, which is most nose rings like that. But it at some point it cracked and just fell out, and I didn't think about it. I was like, well, I've had this for 2 years. It's not a big deal. Like, I'm gonna leave it out for a little bit, and I'll go and buy something new, and then it'll be fine. And one way or another, it was like 2 weeks later, and I got a new one, and I went to put it in, and the hole was closed. And like, it was crazy because the friend who was a piercer that did it for me, he had his out for 6 years, and he showed me that his still went through just fine. And so I was very angry. You made a kite that said 539. That's awesome. Second Moderna tomorrow at Disney. Oh, well, that's cool. Congratulations. And that's a very awesome place to do it. Missing person videos. Yeah, I've been seeing some of the... there's that Explore with a Purpose channel. I'm wondering... Yeah, unfortunately... Yeah, hopefully they figure it out. I mean, I know that they know, but it's just, I don't know what's going on. That I think it's just not a priority because they're making so much money. Hold on. I would love to. I would love to do a live stream or do some sort of episode on getting tattooed. That's up to the artist, what they're willing to do. But if possible, yeah, absolutely. I do have some people that I know in social media that are tattoo artists that I'm trying to work out doing that with, but it's been a little bit difficult, especially with everything happening. So yeah, that'll be cool. Pretty cool to say that you got it at Disney. It's interesting. Oh, I lost complete track of what I was going for. Oh yeah, that's right. But the problem with YouTube right now is that, as you notice, there's two YouTubes. So there's YouTube for people like me. There's YouTube, like, that's just your regular YouTubers, the people who pulled themselves up, and from their bootstraps or whatever you want to say, did the work all by themselves, and were absolute nobodies, and started their channels from scratch, and built subscribers, and then there's YouTube for people who are already in some other form of media, news channels, TV channels, music stars, things like that. And they don't have to play by any of the rules. So, like, if I, for say, use a lot of cursing on the 539 channel, my video will get demonetized. But if, say, there's a music video out there that uses a ton of cursing and has a ton of nudity in it, they can still monetize and sell their own ads, and they don't have to abide by any rules or any YouTube guidelines, new content policies, all these policies that are supposed to protect the YouTube audience do not apply to these channels. And so they make obviously most of their money now off of these channels. YouTube has grown and become a viable platform, and so obviously now traditional media has turned its eyes, and where it was making fun of YouTube, and it still does, but it now sees the importance and the amount of money that's being generated here, and so they wanted their piece of the action, and so they, of course, moved ship over to YouTube and started releasing their own content. And obviously a lot of that content is stuff that people also consume, and so they, it's convenient to consume it on YouTube, so they, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I appreciate the fact that, there's these big music stars that are able to utilize the platform and bring some amount of their clout, or whatever you want to call it, and I feel like it's good for the platform. But at the same time, it ends up changing priorities, because now that YouTube is making billions off of running ads on music videos and running ads on TV show clips and news clips and all these other areas, they can sort of ignore the small creators' problems, because it's easier to focus on that smaller group. There might be a few hundred bands and pop stars, it might make up a few thousand channels, all together, whereas, to focus on the millions of channels that are suffering because of the notification issues, the algorithm issues, the just the all the crazy issues with YouTube right now. And instead of having to worry about that, they can just cash the check at the bank from the music stars and the already $1 billion industry of the traditional, media, whether it's Hollywood or whether it's, your favorite morning show or whatever it might be. Everybody has their own YouTube channel now, and they all do their live streams, and they all play ads on it. And obviously, YouTube's going to make their cut. And so, it brings it to the point where YouTube doesn't have to look at the problems anymore, because my problems are such small problems compared to making sure that, the pop stars and the TV channels of the world can get their channels functioning properly, because if one of these millionaire pop stars got a video and their video only got 500 views, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, that next minute, somebody would be on the phone with YouTube saying, what's going on here? This video should be already at 1 million views. And YouTube would, of course, fix it right away. But when it's, somebody like me, I get that email of like, well, what you have to understand is that not everybody clicks on notifications, and they sort of like just try to push the blame right back on you. And that's where it always goes. I tried to tell them, it took me like 6 emails back and forth with a rep to convince them that I wasn't talking about my assumptions. I was responding to complaints from my viewers saying they weren't getting notifications. And so for the first 3 emails, they were saying, well, you don't understand notifications. Not everybody clicks on notifications. I'm like, did you not read the email? The email says my viewers are telling me that they're not getting notifications. This has nothing to do with me saying my viewers are doing anything. I'm reporting what they're experiencing. And then I get back this, here's a list of tips. And it's like, none of the tips are, what if your channel's not functioning correctly? All of the tips are, tell your viewers to click the notification bell. Make sure you're telling them to click all notifications, and, just this ridiculous list of like, the old IT strategy. Did you turn it off and on again? Have you done this? And it's like, I've been on YouTube for years. Don't treat me like I know absolutely nothing. Don't send me tips like I signed up yesterday. I'm telling you a real problem and you're treating me like a child. And this is how it works now, because the paycheck is not coming from me anymore. The paycheck is now coming from the millionaire pop stars and their billion-dollar industry that backs them. Oh, good night, girl in the curl. Thanks for joining us. Sorry if I'm missing some people. Yeah, and it's almost impossible in some ways to rebuild the viewership. I see people that are crazy famous that have tons and tons of viewers. There's this channel that I'm sure some of you have seen him. Some of you know that there's a celebrity chef. His name's Matty Matherson, and he's maybe not everybody's taste. He's definitely one of the has somewhat of a loose mouth, as it were, on YouTube, and that's okay. But he has tons and tons of viewers, and he has awesome videos and does really well. And he recently started a second channel, and I think it's really crazy that after several months of this literally had to deal with the Super Bowl, is friends with all these incredibly famous comedians, music stars, appears on television series, does all kinds of work on channels that aren't even his own channel. He does Vice and Munchies and other things, and so he's this world famous chef, and he started a second channel. And after several months of doing this, you would be like, okay, well, this guy's already famous. He already has another famous YouTube channel, and he already has been on numerous other famous YouTube channels, including other people's. He's been on tons of podcasts and all this, and he starts this second channel, and after several months, he has 10,000 subscribers. Like, that's really bad. Like, that's not a Matty Matherson thing. That's a YouTube thing. If a famous celebrity starts a second channel and it just bombs, there's something wrong. Like his first few videos got like a couple thousand views, and it's just like, this dude's already a celebrity. He's the dude that, I was talking about earlier, that should have come from traditional media. And yet for some reason, even this one dude, because he's not old enough and not on famous enough networks, he's not on, the big ones, so, they get some of the special treatment, but not all the special treatment. And so, this great example is this huge famous celebrity, this world famous celebrity, that has successful restaurants, has no need to be on YouTube financially, at least to have his own channel. But they tanked his second channel. His second channel is literally a joke, and it's not bad. It's not for everyone. Definitely, it is more an adult type of podcast for sure. But in terms of the types of guests, the celebrities that they interview, it's pretty top notch, and it's kind of weird to see that it did pretty decent on his primary channel, and then they switched and opened up a second channel so that it wasn't affecting the views of the other videos on his primary channel. And as soon as it moved to the second channel, it just tanked it. And it was like, and of course they're saying, it's that the podcast is bad, or that we don't pay enough attention to it, or we're doing this or we're doing that. And I'm sitting here going like, yeah, well, if somebody from one of the big 5 networks or whatever came on and started a second channel, you can guarantee that overnight that would be at like 500,000 views, 500,000 subs. Like, you can guarantee, to me, that is a straight up YouTube thing. He's famous enough to pull in the views, and he's famous enough to have built his first channel. But now the algorithm is ever changing and ever changing its focus on what's good and what crazy new BS is going to be popular this week. He's not big enough for it not to screw with him, so it tanked this huge celebrity, And I just thought it was just utterly crazy. I was like, but this is not a you thing. This is a YouTube thing. If this world famous chef starts a podcast, I really doubt that it's so unpopular, and just based on watching it, it shouldn't be. And the amount of views that it got on his primary channel compared to what it gets on a secondary channel shows that it's not true, And so that's what's crazy. It's just a complete and utter. I don't know how to say it without saying something. So the problem with your own platform is you're really starting from scratch. I mean, as an IT person, I could definitely start a website and set up a platform where I could broadcast my live streams and maybe even have it notify everybody immediately. But the thing is that as loyal as a lot of my subscribers are, the vast majority of them are there because they like YouTube and they like that platform, and that's something that they're not going to jump ship for. It's sort of like when Joe Rogan went over to Spotify, YouTube would just sort of gave him the middle finger and said, well, it was nice knowing you. Most of them just didn't follow him over there. He had a huge falling out, and I'm not a huge Joe Rogan fan, but I'm just talking from experience. It's unfortunate, but it just won't happen. And I'm going to definitely try a few things. I have some plans to sort of jumpstart the channel from various ad campaigns and different things that I'm going to be doing, and we're going to give it a go, and I might even start, even another channel, and start, instead of, if I have to give in and the only thing that's going to get views is cemeteries on 539, then maybe we'll take everything off of 539 that's not a cemetery video, and we'll make, 539 road trips the channel, the third channel, and we'll throw everything on that channel, and make it more focused. If that's what has to be done, then maybe that's the answer. I've also pondered doing, like I said, the Twitch thing and doing live road trips where, like we did on this channel not too long ago, and to do a longer format, like say, let's drive to Canada, let's drive to California, let's actually literally, stream for 8 hours while we're driving down the highway, let's upgrade the car's equipment, like I was talking about earlier, the streaming equipment, so I can get crazy awesome signal and broadcast from these really remote places, and like let's live stream the road trip to Alaska or something crazy like that. And so I've really been pondering these ideas, but it's just, again, the environment now, like 5 years ago it was starting to get rough. When I very first started, it was just starting to get a little bit rougher. It's trying to grow on YouTube, and now starting from scratch is just, it's epically harder. It's exponentially harder. So the only way to do it at this point that I can figure out is to do like a once a week road trip show and film at least 3 months ahead. For at least the first year, to literally just have things rolling out, to have the content ready to go before the channel even starts, and just to literally play the algorithm's game. Every single every single Saturday at this time is going to be an episode, no matter what, for the first 2 years, and then see how that goes. And I don't know. It's just kind of it's disappointing, but I have a lot of ideas. I mean, I love creating. I just want to be. It's just one of those things where you want to be taken seriously for it, and for a long time, YouTube was taking me incredibly serious, and the views prove it, and the subscribers proved it. It took me. I went from 10,000 to 20,000 in half the time that it took me to go from 20 to 30. Like, literally, it was crazy. So, I mean, it's like it's like if you wanted to calculate it, how many years it would take to get from 30,000 to 100,000 based around 100 subscribers a month, compared to me getting 10,000 subscribers a year. That's pretty bad. Like, that's really, really bad. So, yeah, it just means I have to take other avenues, because, this is what I want to do, and I'm just one of those people. It, again, reminds me back to a few interviews that I've seen with the famous drummer Travis Barker from Blink-182, where he said, he loved tattoos, but at the same time, some of the reasons he started out with the very visible tattoos instead of putting them in places that he could easily hide them was because he was like, that'll just help me to continue down a path that I don't want to be on, down this path of always being employable. And I kind of really connected with that, and ever since then, it's like I've been not really necessarily, I really have put tattoos in visible places, and it really has affected my employment over the years, but I never have been one to enjoy that popular sort of, I never really did fit into that. I did well at my jobs and everything like that, but I was always, I felt like, meant to do my own thing, because I just didn't fit in well to that sort of structure. It wasn't my thing. I was definitely not made for it. It's like, I had a lot of jobs that I did really well in, and then I had a lot of upward movement. I've done, management, and I've done accounting, and I've done crazy things. I've been in charge of millions of dollars of cash for companies, and I did this at an early age, and I was able to do it, but after a certain amount of time, it's like I just burnt out, and it was like I knew that I was like, yeah, I could become manager. I could maybe become store manager eventually. I could make a lot of money, but I would never be happy doing it. It's like I don't want to come home every day to a nice house knowing that I just hate what I'm doing. And it's not to demonize anybody that chooses that life. If that's something that you love and that you're good at, I think that's awesome. You should pursue it. But, I think a lot of people aren't good at it, and that's because they are good at creating. They are good at running their own business, and that's what I've been trying to kind of accomplish. Although, obviously I've done things definitely kind of ass backwards. I started out with arguably the most unpopular, I wouldn't say the most unpopular, but one of the more unpopular categories on YouTube, and ran with it, knowing that I had experience in music, which is incredibly popular on YouTube, and so I could have probably given myself a lot easier go if I would have started out with a different type of channel instead of trying to go with the more niche market. But being me, I wanted to do what I wanted to do, and not necessarily just, hey there, Roy, welcome. Sorry, I got to pay more attention to the chat tonight, but once again, I've gotten myself in a situation where my camera is one place, and I thought the new setup was going to help me, but I need to move my chat here. Let me see if I can make this a tad bit better at least. Whoop. Without banging the mic around. All right. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. Yeah, Francisca. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's the crazy thing though, is like there are a lot of people that, they're like, we like whatever you do, we watch whatever you do, and that's what makes me so angry when I see that I put up these videos, and not that you guys say you support me, obviously I love that, but it's like I do see these messages of support, and we try to watch everything you do, we try to watch all your videos, and it's like, man, then that really just is YouTube just giving me a big old screw you, and saying, we're not going to promote your videos anymore. And maybe it's because I decided to change the channel around. I don't know. Maybe I do need to start a new channel. Like I said, I enjoy creating, and I have this vision of what I wanted the channel to be, but I don't know if I can make 539 Productions into that channel anymore without destroying it. And so it really tempts me to just not quit, but just to allow it to be, I guess, what it is. Just give in, because I think one of the most wise things I think I've ever heard about success is, a lot of times success is knowing when to give up, and knowing when something is just not going to ever work out, and just stop working on an impossible goal and reformat in a way that's going to promote what you're trying to do better. And if that's what I have to do, then that's, I guess, what I have to do. And I really think that there is true wisdom in that. If YouTube is just going to punish 539 for trying anything new, then we're just simply going to have to give up on the idea that 539 will ever be anything different, and just go full force into that category that it's good at, and use it for what it is. Allow the people that enjoy those videos to enjoy those videos on that channel, and then give another option for the people who want to watch more, and allow the 539 Productions channel to grow, hopefully at a accelerated rate, because we're going straight towards what the algorithm wants. We're giving it exactly what it's going for. We're saying, here's what's popular, and I'm just going to go full force into that and use it as a means to promote the other work that I do that also makes me happy, that just is currently screwing the channel up. So, and that's the road trip videos, the adventure travel videos. Now, for some reason, oddly, the abandoned videos, which have been some of my last, not my recent, but like, I'm going to be re-releasing one here soon that I did in Idaho. I'm going to be releasing it in its full format, all 3 parts, all in one video. It's like a 40-minute long video. I thought it's an incredibly interesting, really amazing place. It's been abandoned for a long time. It's above the bottom floor, which used to be the reception area, was turned into a secondhand store, and now the owner occasionally allows people to access the abandoned hotel above, and takes people on tours, and that was we were obviously well, not me, but Ryan was able to find a few old relics that had never been discovered there before. A few receipts from people paying for rooms back in the day that had been lost in the vents for a long time, almost 100 years. They had been lost in the vents, and so it was really interesting. And a great video, but again, back in the day, it just did not so well. I don't know what the views are up to now. They might be doing significantly better now, but it just really kind of bombed, and I was really surprised, because I knew I had something really special, and I was like, I put a heck of a lot of time editing it and making it really nice, and I made this pretty cool series. I mean, I don't really brag much about what I do, but I really thought it was a good one, and so yeah, it really confused me that although I like the cemetery series too, the Hayward cemeteries that I did with Big Steve were pretty amazing, and I thought they deserved views too, but I was like, well, how do you do a combined like 200,000 plus views on this cemetery series, and then you do this really amazing abandoned series, which is also at the heart of what the channel is, and YouTube just kills it. And it was like, did you not see that all these people love what I'm doing, at least on some of these videos, that you don't think maybe like just because there's a slightly different title you're gonna bomb my next video. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep creating on 539 though. I love the 539 channel, and it's always been my goal to see it past that 100,000 mark at the very least. If so I'll keep it around. I doubt it'll ever. I know recently I've been taking some bigger breaks, but when things get back in the works and I get, like I said, when I get my shot next month, I'm gonna make it at least a once a week series. So I mean that's probably as far as it'll go. I'll just probably occasionally go out on like a single trip every few months and like film some really cool stuff, either film a really big place that I can make a multi-part series like some of the mausoleum series, or I'll go to some of the more backroads locations and I'll take like a week of my time every few months and build up a library of videos for 539 and do it that way, and then focus on the growth of the other channel or the Twitch channel or something like that. So that's my only option, I think, at this point. But yeah. But my other thing too is that I want to try and run a few strategic kind of ad campaigns to sort of, I kind of want to rebrand the 539 channel. So my idea is to sort of, I've been trying to think of a what brand it is that I even am, and I kind of came to the conclusion that the best way to sort of rebrand without rebranding is to go towards the road trip brand, which is, I think, incorporates almost anything and everything plus the travel involved. And so I want to run a few strategic ad campaigns and different things, sort of rebranding the channel instead of being, an exploring channel or a travel channel, to be a specific, road trip channel, which could incorporate any and everything. And I think if it works, it doesn't seem like it's going to cost me too much to advertise to a decent amount of people under a pretty simple ad strategy of just running some of my better thumbnails and things like that, some of the videos that have done better, some of the more adventurous locations, maybe not fully focusing on the cemetery stuff, so that sort of gives people the idea of the variety that's going with the channel, and sort of get an influx of new people from that, and try to keep that going on maybe a monthly basis on a smaller scale, and sort of by promoting the idea that it's not just a cemetery channel, that it's a road trip series about my trip. Obviously, I mean, it is. I drive everywhere. I've never flown once for 539. I haven't flown once in the last 6 years. I don't like flying. I don't travel that way. I love traveling by car, and that's the way I always want to travel. And so I think that's kind of the way forward over the next few months, as I'm getting back out on the road and actually able to travel. So starting next month, I think that's what I'm going to do is do a couple test trials. The first probably being the loop around Lake Michigan, and then doing a few other things that I have in mind after that, but to sort of make probably like a 5 or 6 part series, going to different types of locations, whether it's lighthouses or cemeteries or, adventure travel locations, like, cool hiking trails, like waterfalls, things like that we've done in the past. And making that into an actual series, not necessarily just a cemetery series, and seeing how well that does on the channel alongside the ad campaign, and see if that revives things a little bit. That's the idea. So I think that is the one hope that I have for 539, that I can come to a place where I have a lot of people who like different types of things that I create, or the people that like all of it. It's just weird that it works like this now, you know. And it always has been hard to change. I won't claim that. You know, it's like when I first started doing cemetery videos, because I thought, well, that'd be kind of interesting. I found this crazy little cemetery out in the middle of the country and in the woods. That'd be kind of an interesting thing to share with people. And you know, the first few I did terrible because YouTube didn't like that I was changing my content up. And they weren't used to that, and so it didn't promote it to anyone even back then. But then as it started to grow, because more and more people were exploring my channel and saying, okay, well, what else does he have to offer? They started to grow, and then at some point they took over the content, and then after that it was the same thing with the other types of videos. If I did anything besides cemeteries, then YouTube just tanked it. So it was like a weird flip, all within a couple of years. Some of it intentional, but also some of it completely unintentional. You know, I wasn't trying to stop what I was doing altogether. I was trying to reformat it, you know. Second shot on the 20. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've been noticing a few people have some weird side effects. There's a few on the books. Most of them aren't bad, and a lot of them are just like so rare that it'd be crazy not to get it. But yeah, I had a little bit of soreness, and I was a little bit tired, but that was it. I was fine. Both my parents have had 1 and 2, and they both were fine. My dad had 0 side effects on either, and my mom had a decent amount of soreness on the second, but nothing too bad. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been seeing some a bigger influx of people that have noticed actual relatives in some of the cemetery videos, which is really kind of interesting. Yeah, just the random coincidence of watching a YouTube video and seeing someone in any form is, I think, just crazy. That's really interesting. I mean, that is kind of sad. I know it has been a while, but yeah, it's always sad to hear people passing away, especially from disease. Yeah, it's good. I know that sometimes it gets a little bit hard to track people down the further back you go. So I know a lot of relatives end up getting lost. There's even a few in my own family that we're not exactly sure where they are, that we're trying to figure out still. As Sidekick, I think those channels do work well. Not necessarily my thing, though. I think it's a great suggestion, though. I used to be a lot bigger of an animal guy. I love animals. I love interacting with them. As far as ownership, wouldn't really be my thing. I think, and also it does add, my style of road trips are a little bit long. I know if I were to like completely reformat and do like an RV thing, like the whole like Tom Green's recent series, which is kind of interesting. I watched a lot of that, of him traveling through different areas in the Southwest, and I believe even over into Mexico, and that was such a cool series. And he brought his dog along with him, and it worked perfectly. But I thought about that for such a long time, and even during everything that was going on last year, I was like, man, that really would be perfect if I had the money to invest in something like that, during this time, to be able to travel, but yet still being able to be distant from everybody and be safe. But at the end of the day, I'm not really big on that side of travel. I love RVs. I think it would be a cool thing to try a few times and maybe to do on the channel as like a series, and I'd love to do that in form of like a collaboration with another channel to maybe like rent an RV and do a crazy long road trip to, some cool places. I have even maybe a few ideas on, where I would do that. But in terms of a permanent solution to the channel, I don't think I could do that, because I really do enjoy as much as watching some of the Dan Bell videos about the horror stories and well, not about the horror stories, but obviously he goes and checks out these crazy hotels that are often in terrible condition and infested with all kinds of bugs, and some of them have some it's like it would be a hotel that you'd probably stop at if you didn't know. You might look at it. Some of them are like obvious, and then some of them are like, oh yeah, I probably would have tried that one out. And but at the end of the day, I've always loved hotels. I've always loved staying in hotels and different types of hotels, and and it's always been kind of a fascination of mine. And so I figured like I want to stick with that format, and it's not really a format, because it doesn't really incorporate itself too much into the series unless I'm doing like a live stream like this. But I do like it though. I like the thought though. I'm gonna definitely do that. There's even a few other things that I would love to experiment around with, different modes of travel, but like for the most part, I'm kind of I'm a car guy and I'm a hotel guy. And that's always been kind of the way I was. I even as a kid, I was always fascinated. I cared more about the hotel and the hotel room a lot of times than the places that we were even going in some instances. I loved going out and doing things, but at the same time, it's like I just like the thought of having this small little second home for a little bit. And then I always loved the format of the hotel rooms. I don't know. Wow, that's crazy. I guess in some ways it's good that there was some purpose that came out of a bad situation, but that's sad that had to happen to get people to move. But and that's often the case. We can see stuff like that going on right now. Often people don't do anything until they're faced with the worst consequences, and then they change their mind often and do the right thing. But that's sad that had to happen for them to vaccinate the rest of the kids. But oh yeah, I was gonna do that plant. I need to do that before I end up killing it. I need something to put it in though. I don't have a fresh container. It came in one of these little. It's like they're meant for cut flowers, and they're like a little sealed. They have like a little rubber seal on them, and it keeps water in there. And the thing about Lucky Bamboo, which is not bamboo, by the way, it is not related to bamboo. Maybe distantly, because I believe they are both technically forms of grass. But Lucky Bamboo is not bamboo. It is just the name of the plant. It is a Dracaena, which is, from what I understand, I don't believe bamboo. It falls into that, ooh. I set my mouse pad up here because I got this other keyboard for my other computer that's doing my back and stream stuff, and so I didn't want to have another mouse to move around, so I just got a keyboard and little finger trackpad combination, and I turned off the click function, and it just randomly turned it back on me. So I don't know what just happened, but I just moved all my windows around. So I might take a quick 5-minute break here and grab a drink and grab something to put the plant in. I do have other Lucky Bamboos around here in other containers, but the thing with Lucky Bamboo is if it's starting to yellow and get unhealthy, it can infect the other plants around it real quickly. And so it's good to keep them sort of quarantined in their own containers, at least until they're healthier. especially if they're already yellowed when you bought them. So I'm gonna have to find something new to put it in here, and everything in here is currently filled or dirty. I think there's something I can grab, but I have some gravel and then I'll have to heat up some wax. So that might take a little bit, but we'll talk about the other stuff while we do that. Also, again, I'll put it out there as I always do. The voice lines are open. If anybody out there has some fun or crazy or emotional tattoo stories, or and tonight travel stories too. If you had something crazy happen to you while you were on a road trip, or maybe you were in a plane, or maybe it was something like that, or just like I said, if you have a interesting backstory to a tattoo, or even a story about getting it, or piercings, or any type of body modification, you can click the link below in the description here on YouTube. It'll take you over to Discord if you have Discord, and we can hop on stream and talk about that story. I have Discord up here running, so again, anybody that wants to do that, check it out. I would love to hear your story live here tonight, but if not, we'll keep those lines open over the next few streams, and I'm even thinking about maybe here in a little bit, we'll see. I'm not trying to do a super long stream tonight, but I might throw, because I have the really trashy webcam on my other system here that I used to occasionally use on live streams back in the day, which some of you might have experienced, and it didn't look really great, but it wasn't horrible. And I've been testing out tonight, seeing if maybe it might be a possibility of hopping on, doing a dual stream, and actually hopping on Twitch in a little bit. So I know I have a few of you guys that have followed me over on Twitch. I'm not even logged on this computer, I don't think, yet. So I might have to do that when I go on break here in a minute. That's a lot of things to do. So we'll keep that in mind. I might do that in a little bit, but that will be, if anything, a dual stream. So I mean, it's not like I'm going to be going off the air on here. We will be just going online over on Twitch as well. So if any of you haven't checked out the Twitch channel, I believe it is just twitch.tv/539productions. It always takes me there. Some people say that they have had some trouble with the link in the past. I don't know why, but it always 100% of the time works for me, even when I'm not logged in. So yeah. Apparently it seems to be somewhat hidden too. But again, when I search for it, it always comes up too. So I don't know what the problem is there, unless for some reason it's an international thing, and I know that my settings are correct. I'm not saying that anybody out there that your computers are set up wrong. I'm saying it might be a regional thing. I don't know. If some specific countries are restricting access to non-in-country creators, that can happen on occasion due to different weird laws out there, and I know in different European countries it's kind of up in the air, I believe, on whether or not certain types of channels are restricted due to the types of content, not necessarily because they're bad content, but because it's like legal stuff, like the whole meme debacle in Europe, where they were changing the laws on, making it harder for people to post memes with celebrity photos or different things that they didn't necessarily have the copyright ownership to, and restricting who was allowed to post that type of content. And so a lot of people didn't get affected by that, but like certain channels then got region blocked. And so I don't know for what reason why the region block would be in place for my Twitch stream that has never actually only gone live once, but actually didn't go live because it was broadcasting a black screen with no audio for whatever reason. Yeah, so I have no idea, but apparently some people out there have been experiencing some issues finding my Twitch channel. So maybe it's because I haven't actually gone live there. So maybe as soon as I start going live, it'll be like, okay, wait, now we get it. And they'll correct it. So not complaining about Twitch because I have no experience over there to complain about, so I have no idea if it's a Twitch thing or just a me thing. So I'm just kind of blind right now, but I am going to start the Twitch thing. It's just been, it's like I've said so many times, it's like as soon as I try to start something new, I have this horrible issue with something old, and then I'm forced to concentrate on the already established thing instead of concentrating on the new thing I'm trying to establish. You know, it's like the moment I tried to start Twitch, it was like YouTube's like, hey, congratulations, here's, you know, a video that got 600 views and we're going to trash every video that comes out after that. So, you know, it's like, it's crazy. Yeah, I will definitely try. Yeah, I have no idea. As soon as I type it in, it just goes there immediately. Like there's no, unless somebody's accidentally typing in .com, because it is twitch.tv. So, unless because I've clicked on my own link, so I know I have it. I have no idea if I even have it here. Let me see what this. I have no idea. Oh. Oh, okay, no. All right. Anyway, let me grab the bamboo real quick and something to drink and a sharp knife so that I can sever this bamboo and save its life. And then I'll be right back here. I do have a quick question. Anybody that wants to answer, you can. I might go to break before I look at the answer, depending on, you know, who's jumping in on the answer. But if y'all do have comments about, I notice that, and it's obvious to me in some ways because, you know, it's probably boring, and I lose a certain amount of viewership when I go to break because people are going and doing other things or checking other things out. Certain people might not be subscribed, and maybe they're not necessarily sure if they're a fan yet, and so, you know, so I do want to I guess encourage maybe some comments on the break screens and the music and all of that, and if you absolutely hate that, just let me know. It's not gonna insult me at all. Like if it's like irritating in any way. And also, whoa, that is huge. I didn't realize how much real estate this mystery logo is taking up. Oh, nope. Shoot. I messed it up. I dislike both of them. I'm not doing that this stream. Okay, how do I turn this off? Alright. But yeah, if you find any of that irritating, the flashing stuff, the staticky, be right back screens and music and all that, let me know. If you like it, feel free to let me know too. I'd love to hear your opinions on all of that. I'm trying to make the stream more interesting, excuse me. And obviously get some guests on here to entertain y'all with, and eventually we'll even have some live guests, and either live as in person or remote but still video. You know, I can maybe Skype with somebody or do a Zoom with somebody remotely. So I'm going to be trying to do that. So I'm really trying to make things more interesting. And so if there is any aspects of the stream that you just find annoying, let me know. But I'm going to grab that stuff real quick. No worries, Jenny. If you have to hit the bed, then that's no problem at all. I understand. I do late night stuff just because I'm a late night person. I understand that not everybody likes to be up late, and so if that's not you, I absolutely understand. But yeah, I'm going to grab that stuff real quick. I'll be right back. But yeah, feel free during the potentially annoying be right back screen to leave your comments about how annoying you think it is or how not annoying you think it is, or any suggestions. And again, anybody out there, if you want to hop over on my Discord server and let me know a cool story you have about travel or tattoos or body modification, that again, either backstories or stories about getting tattooed. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that can either go wrong or happen while you're getting it, and so I'd love to hear from you. Again, the link to the Discord server is below. If you have Discord and you feel comfortable with hopping on live and having your voice on stream and doing a little bit of story time and maybe answering a few questions, hop on Discord and let me know, and I'll pull you over into the live on-air section and we can have a chat. There's also a plain old chat there, text chat, so if you're worried that you're just going to jump on and your voice is just going to be immediately broadcast to tons of people, there's not many people that use the Discord server almost ever, so it's not a big deal, and you can chat and you can mute yourself, and you don't have to have your voice heard by anyone else that happens to be hanging out, which currently is no one right now. But were there to be other people in there, they don't have to hear your voice in the lobby. So if that's what you're worried about, don't worry about that. Again, when you come over to the on-air section, it is a private room with just you and I, and yeah, and the of course our viewership here on the live stream. So yeah, let me know if anybody's interested in that. Click on that link, hit me up in the chat, and I'll pull you over. But if not, no ill will. It's something we can always do another night. And like I said, we're kind of scheduling some people to come on and talk about things here in the future regarding the Alternative Culture podcast. I have been talking with a friend of mine who has been a gamer for many, many years. I would say an above average gamer for many years. Definitely not pro in terms of getting paid to do so. At least maybe not all the time, but definitely someone who you would definitely consider to be a pro level in terms of his skill set and the amount of time and potentially even money that he spent on his setup, and not all that's for gaming, but we're gonna sit down and talk with him about the gaming world, and he particularly plays a lot of games that I'm interested in because of the culture surrounding it. Games that that these large MMO RPGs that have a lot of people that play together, and often these people play together across multiple games for many, many years, and that's definitely true for him. He had a kind of a guild of people that played multiple different games together that stuck together for numerous years, and so we're gonna kind of talk to him about not necessarily the games, but the culture behind that, what it means to be a gamer, and what it's like to live in that world, and to work with people from around the world. In the same way that a lot of us interact with the people in our local community on a daily basis. These people often have their communities that stretch, thousands and thousands of miles and numerous different countries, and I know for a fact that, this person had, friends across the country. They live in California. I know they had a guild member in New Jersey. I knew they had, I believe, one in the UK, or a couple, I think, in the UK, and of course across Europe and other places. And so it was really an interesting concept, and another form of, I think, alternative culture that would be interesting to do a deep dive into, and really talk about, what it's like to form relationships with people like that, and the different aspects of that, and conventions and all kinds of different things. Just not necessarily the games, though. Like I said, I'm more interested in the not like, even with the tattoos. I know I'm trying to say tattoo culture, but even with the games, I'm interested in the culture behind it, and that's been something that's always been on my mind for years and years. Is been, it's like, yeah, I like rock music, but when I go to a show, I like the culture. I like the people that are there. I like the interaction. I like being with other people that are like me, and into the things that I'm into, and it's great to be able to connect with other people and places like that. And the same thing with like tattoo parlors. It's like, as much of it as it is a place of business, it's also a place of culture. These people built a business because they enjoyed what they were doing. They loved the culture, and they loved the practice and the art behind it. And they often build these businesses with their friends and sometimes their family, and it becomes not just a place of business, but also, this cultural center. And in the same way that tattoo shops are that way for the alternative culture world, and concerts are that way, or rock shows, or whatever you want to call them, are that way for, things like the punk scene and the rock scene. I think that for the gamers, it's these gaming groups. Sometimes, it's guilds if you're, into the MMORPGs, or, maybe it'll be maybe they call it something different, in other types of games. I think most of the time it's going to be considered a guild, but, these groups of people, live a good portion of their lives online playing with this same group of people that they regularly play with, and they may or may not be a part of their day-to-day physical lives, as in people that they actually see and touch on a daily basis. So I think it's a really interesting culture to look into. And so I've been talking with him, and he's going to be probably coming on maybe in the next few weeks or so. I haven't really made a set schedule. I'm trying to hop on here and do a lot more streams so we can sort of build up, because we all know that the algorithm sort of loses track of you if you don't stream for a while. And so I haven't streamed for a while, so we're going to come on and do some fun stuff together, and try and really focus on this second channel a little bit more, and maybe making it a second option when things get rough, like they have somewhat recently on 539. So having that diversification and working on the second channel and Twitch and all these other things makes the 539 platform more resilient. So I think it'll be good. But the problem is just getting started, and obviously it's frustrating sometimes, because I had a semi-successful, for at least for a while, YouTube channel that was pretty well respected, and to be kind of told, maybe it's a good time to start over is always rough. But I'm not ever gonna quit 539. Obviously 539 is more the whole thing in general. Everything's going to be probably labeled 539 something, unless it's labeled, mystery, like this channel. So it's going to be one of the two wherever I go, or some rendition of that. Like I said, 539 road trip. So the 539 idea is never going anywhere. I obviously just put it up on my wall behind me, so I must have some desire and connection with it, some reason to keep it going. So I'm gonna keep doing it. But maybe, who knows? Maybe maybe the whole thing turns around. The bad part that I'm seeing, and I know I keep saying I'm gonna go to break here, but I want to talk for one more minute about this, just because it's important to say, and people need to know. The real I'm getting so many different thoughts, but hold on. Sorry. What's the weather doing here? The subtitle. Yeah, I've noticed that too. The last few weeks, my subtitles have been randomly starting. And that's on my TV app. The weather is snow. It snowed all day. So it was up to the 70s. Actually, almost we got to 82 degrees the other day. And then it snowed today. Our weather is crazy here in Indiana. So, yeah, it's been crazy. I've been trying to get out and do some filming, even though I took like another 2-day break after I got the news about the messed up numbers again. So I was like, I'm just done for a little bit. So, but I've been trying to get out the last few days, and it's been drizzly and raining and then snowing, and yeah. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I like the 539 sign. I'm connected to the idea of it now. I really like the name, even though it does not convey at all in terms of names. It is the opposite of names that you would want on a YouTube channel, because, again, they always tell you, have a name that conveys what you're doing so that people know what they're getting into before you do it. But, of course, me, I just want a name that I like. And so, instead of putting, choosing, the obvious, like Exploring with Matt, I could have done that whole line, like, 1,000 other, and not to, if that's what you want and that's what you like, then go with it, that's fine. But, I said, screw it, I'm going to go with the confusing thing and put 539 Productions so that no one knows what I'm making, and try and give it a go at that, take a confusing name in a niche market and try to succeed. And that's where I started from. So that might have been some of my problems, but it's fine. I did what I wanted to do, and I gave it a good go, and it sort of worked and sort of has come to a standstill. But maybe it'll take off randomly again. Who knows? You just never can tell with YouTube. But what I was saying that really worried me a little bit ago, sometimes you can look at the analytics and tell the trend, and you can compare it to other channels, and you can sort of see the way that channels live on YouTube and on a graph, and it's like a timeline of your channel and the growth over the years, and you can see this very clear. If you it doesn't matter what the frame of the timeline is. It might be 1 year, it might be 10 years, it might be 5 years, but you can see this trend of upgrowth, and then at a certain point the channel plateaus and then begins to fall. In almost every channel, unless the channels of somehow continued growth and they're not to that point yet, almost every channel goes through that exact same curve. It's just on a different time frame. It might be quicker. Some people take off and go exponential in a year and go to 1 million, 2 million subscribers. Some people, it might take them 5-6 years. Some people, it might take 10 years. But you can always see this sort of same shape of they keep getting more and more, and they keep, it's like you get 10 new viewers a month, and the next month you get 20, and then the next month you get 40, and then you get the idea. And then at a certain point, you start to gradually decline. And if you look at the analytics of 539, it is on the gradual decline. I went from 10,000 to 20,000 subscribers in 1 year, and I took 2 years to go from 20,000 to 30,000. And so that means I have had half the growth. And so that puts me on that part of the graph, meaning that YouTube is deciding that, and obviously it's more complex than YouTube just switching. I'm not saying that somebody at YouTube is like, okay, yeah, dead. It's a combination of the algorithm and likes and comments and all that combined together in this confusing, mess that has become the YouTube environment recently. Even though I do think that they have done some good work to fix a few things, but at the same time, there's this, there's a certain point where the algorithm starts winding down your channel. And no matter how hard you try, usually you're not going to overcome it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but no matter how hard you try, a lot of times it's impossible to overcome, and that is where 539 is. And I'll be completely honest, that is where it is. It is on the decline. It is the growth is like a quarter of what it was a few years ago. We've dropped tremendously. Like I said, from my height of literally thousands of subs a day for a little while to dropping down to 1,000 subs every 10 months. Like pretty much 1,000 subs a year is what we're at right now. 1,200. So like that's a stark decline, and that's the algorithm winding things up, saying, well, we're wrapping things up here. And we're going to move on to other things that people actually find interesting. And so that's kind of where we're at. And so without a huge jump start, a huge influx of new viewers and new subscribers, without people, without somehow using an outside method to get around the algorithm, such as advertising, like running my own ad campaigns, that's the only way to fix the problem at this point, is to have an outside influence, an outside influx of new people, so that the algorithm goes, oh wait, no, we were wrong. This channel's not dead. This channel's still doing just fine. And it starts promoting it again. And that's not impossible, but it's rare. And that's where we're at. We're at this is the audience you've got, and this is the audience you're going to live with for the rest of time unless you do something. And so yeah, I agree with the name. I didn't like that idea, but it is, I will say, strategically it is a good idea, because it does convey to the audience before they see you of what to expect, instead of just clicking on a channel that says 539 Productions with a thumbnail of a guy with blue hair and sunglasses that randomly takes you to a travel channel. Although if you search, I do have tags on my channel, such as travel, exploring, road trips, things like that, so that if people search for that at a certain point, my channel could come up. So it is possible still to find me in search results if you're looking for a specific type of video, but it's just it's harder, because when you put the thing that you're doing in the title, it tends to show your channel. It's, if you're like international travel with Matt, it's not a creative name, but at the same time, it's an algorithm friendly name. It has a lot of great tags in there. It's got travel, it's got international, and, not only does the algorithm know what you're doing, everybody knows what you're doing. So they know, oh yeah, I'm going to be seeing international travel videos of some sort, or I'm going to be seeing road trip videos of some sort. But, with 539 Productions, it's just like, okay, this guy makes videos, and we stop there without clicking. And so, do collabs bring in more subscribers? That's a mixed answer. They can sometimes, but rarely do they. No. they're a good idea. They're very healthy for the channel because they do expose you to new people, and often there will be new people that come over. Every time I do a collaboration, I do notice an influx of new people coming over and introducing themselves. I found you from this channel. I found you from that channel. I watched you, in the Cryptid Hunter channel. I saw you over on Urban Ghost, Urban Exploration. I get those comments from time to time. But the level that people think that it's going to change their lives is ridiculously incorrect. I've been featured, I've had my videos featured on channels with millions of views, and I've seen almost 0 subscribers from it. As bad as my channels are doing right now, in the last few months, I've been contacted several times by huge channels asking to use clips of my videos, and I've allowed the one channel in particular to use several videos of mine, and they gave me credit, and I even watched to make sure they gave me complete credit. They were very positive about my videos and liked my videos and said great things about the videos, and all the videos had my name right there, as well as in the description and the links to my channel. And with a channel of 3.5 million, 4 million subscribers, something like that, I got one comment of a guy saying that he had clicked on me from that channel, which is funny because he thought my video didn't get almost any views from the feature, and he thought that all my views had come from the feature. So his only comment was, we're all here from this channel, right? And it was like, you're completely wrong, right? And that you're the only one. It was really kind of funny. But the actual channels, I have a lot of respect for them. They treated me real well. I obviously did a bunch of work with some channels that are arguably big, fairly big at least, and I think the most I ever got was around 2,000 subscriber bump, which is pretty good. And I think I got that the first few months to I'm not really sure. I think I got a few thousand people from working with Urban Ghost, and that was the biggest bump that I actually got. I got a bigger bump from them than I got from the other channel, the Clips channel that does haunted videos, and they featured several clips of my videos, and I got almost nothing from that. Hey there, Kelly. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate all you guys that have been there for such a long time, and and I've seen all the people that are the, I won't say the true fans, because I feel like everybody that's a fan is a true fan, but at the same time the diehards, the ride or dies, those people that when I was talking about other people's channels, whether it was Cryptid Hunter or whether it was even with Big Steve, I saw a huge bump from people going over and subscribing to my friends, and I really appreciated that all from you guys, and it was really great. Yeah, that was a fun trip down to Alabama. We had a lot of fun down there. I'd love to meet up with them again. I did meet up with them somewhat recently last year, early in the year, in Chicago, but we weren't able to actually get any filming done together. So that was unfortunate, but it was good to see him again. And obviously, it's great to see them doing well on YouTube and being one of the few people that are really surviving this algorithm incredibly well. And it's good to see that there's somebody out there that's not having to deal with all this, So, but yeah, to answer the question, at least in the current environment, I've literally had people be like, hey, make sure you go and subscribe to our friend Matt's channel. And honestly, when people do that, almost nobody clicks that button. Like, no matter how big they are, but it is still really healthy for the channel. Like I was saying, it does get your name out there, and I think people go back later and see you, and they get you in the back of their mind, and then eventually they do subscribe. I think there is some, and there's it's just something to being the more channels that you can appear on, the more people that you work with, the more your name's going to become kind of a common thing. And so it does help in the end, but you're not going to see a big bump right away. I've seen people in the past have it happen. Some channels do have that power and that clout and do it, but a lot of people are just loyal to that one channel that they like, and that's that. And no matter who they work with, those people are going to watch that video and enjoy it and maybe like those people, but are they going to reach out and subscribe to those channels? Most of them probably won't. It really just, it unfortunately doesn't work like that most of the time. Sometimes it does. I've seen channels like that, but sometimes it's a double-edged sword, because I've seen channels that do that and they get 30,000 new subscribers overnight, and then they don't take advantage of it, and the next thing you know, they're getting no views. They've got 30,000 subscribers and they just put out their new video and it got 30 views. And because a lot of times, you get it and you don't respect it, you don't use it correctly, you think, once it's there, and it's like, okay, I'm a big shot now, I got a ton of new subscribers overnight, my life's about to change, all I have to do is upload a few videos, no matter what the quality is, and everybody's going to love me because this one channel, promoted me. And often those channels are dead within a few weeks. And I've seen it all the time. There's all kinds of them. They have crazy amounts of viewers, and or subscribers, and they get no views because they get the bump and then they don't utilize it. And it's kind of weird because in some ways now it's almost bad in some ways, because you get all these new subscribers, but you don't have the views quite yet to back them up. And so the algorithm can be like, well, none of your subscribers are watching your content. I've seen that happen to some of my friends. It's like, it's like they'll get a bunch of subscribers because they'll have a video like go viral, and because that one video might have been a slightly off topic and it got like 10 million views, it screwed up all the rest of their channel, because then YouTube's like, oh yeah, you do these types of videos, the one that got views. And it's like, no, I do all these other types of videos too. And YouTube's like, well, no, those are dead, sorry, you don't do those anymore. And that's the way it happens. You're doing crazy awesome, you're growing, you get one video that goes, so they're like me, where I had, a couple cemetery videos go really big, and then all of a sudden YouTube's like, sorry bro, you're a cemetery channel now, you don't do anything else, and we're gonna enforce that. And they did. After that, they've strictly enforced it. Anything I did besides cemeteries will fail, and almost always does. And I can't correct it. It's almost impossible to correct without, like I said, outside influence. But yeah. Thank you, Agnes. I appreciate that. Yeah, that always helps. I mean, obviously, everybody has been saying for years the best form of advertising is word of mouth. So anytime people talk that's one of those areas that overcomes the algorithm. You can't ever overcome, I guess you can't combat word of mouth. If you're getting the word out on the streets and people know you and people are visiting, nothing the algorithm can do can combat that. And so that's it's one of the best ways to advertise. And so the best advertising that I have is all of you. With Omar, I wouldn't mind working with Omar. I don't know. I know that Rob and Joe are friends with Omar, but I don't think I'm on Omar's radar. I don't know that Omar even knows who I am. Maybe just in brief description, maybe in over the course of a conversation about, what they were doing with their channel, they might have mentioned that they worked with, 539 Productions in Alabama at one point, and maybe Omar's heard my name, but I don't think I'm on any of these people's radar, especially not now. Like I said, I used to get emails all the time from people, like, either wanting to work with me or do collabs, do, different things. Now almost everything I get is either just like spam or fake. A lot of the fake scammer Amazon things where they want you to supposedly buy their product, so like everything's kind of tanked. It's kind of weird. Again, I get decent views though. It's not like I'm complaining. I'm not saying I get horrible views. I definitely get decent views, and some of my stuff does take off, and I do get subscribers from that. But it's just like it's more sporadic now. It's like if I get to 100,000 subscribers on 539 Productions, it's going to be because of like one video. I'm going to have one video, and that's kind of the way it has been for a long time, but like just less so in the past. It's like I could build. I could build very easily in the past in small increments while I was waiting for the big jumps from the viral or semi-viral stuff that I've done in the past. I've never had anything viral, but I do have videos over 1 million. I do have videos over 100,000. So I've made some of those goals. I do have something to say for myself, but now it's just more sporadic. If it happens, it's going to be random, and it's going to be all of a sudden. It's just going to be like, I'm going to have one video that does absolutely crazy amazing, and that's going to fix everything. And that's the only way it's going to work now, other than, like I said, with the outside influence and sort of rebranding as like a road trip video or road trip channel instead of necessarily going full force towards the individual. Be like, oh, this is the cemetery series, this is the adventure travel series, this is the abandoned series, this is the historic series, instead of doing it that way to just completely rebrand. But yeah, everybody kind of has their brand of things that they like to watch, and then it's a very opinionated place about, different types of travel, of exploring, and then there's your haunted stuff and your, just purely historical type stuff when it comes to like cemeteries and things like that. So yeah, it's a diverse community, and there's often strong opinions, and so yeah, it's tough, on the other side, Yeah, I really love doing it. And it's strange to me because there are people, and I guess maybe it's that maybe other people sort of focus more. I don't know. Maybe that is the key to success right now that I'm just flat out missing, because I like to do other stuff, and I wanted to include it on the 539 channel. There's these other channels that do what I do, and I would say fairly arguably I do it to their level or fairly close, and YouTube seems to promote their channels just fine. Some of them I knew before they even had any subscribers. Some of them I remember even contacting me before they were bigger than me. Some of them I have comments from in my comment section. So it's not that I'm bragging, but I'm saying, it's like some of these people that do the same thing that I do have eventually, have started after me and then passed me because the algorithm loves their channel and they do what I do. And the algorithm loves them but hates me. And it's just real weird. It's real weird. And again, there's that old thing. The harder I try on YouTube, I can guarantee the less views I get. The more videos I put out, it's almost like it's locked in for each channel, and it's completely random. It's like if you start a daily channel, you might get lucky and you might have a channel that's able to do daily videos. But if I started trying to do daily videos, it would tank my entire channel. And when I did 4 videos a week, that was one of the reasons I quit, because my views were just going down. Like every video I posted out was like less views, less views, less views, less views. And then I started doing it 2 a week, and my views went up. And then I went to 1 a week, and my views skyrocketed. And, oddly enough, so did my money. Like, I can see a drastic change. The more videos I put out, the less views I get, and the less money I make off of ad revenue. Like, it's a direct correlation. As soon as I put out more videos, I make less money. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. A P.O. box? Maybe someday in the future. While I'm having issues just growing in general, I'm not going to take on any more stuff. Like, I love the idea of someday having like a P.O. box if somebody wanted to send fan mail or send small things or send, whatever, or, even, having small companies being able to send stuff to, to take a look at, and maybe helping some small businesses, to promote their products and things like that. But like at this point with YouTube, making it, again, it's a focus issue. It's like, I'm not going to get a P.O. box when my channel is struggling, because there's just no reason. And, I know a few people out there would love to utilize it and have expressed some interest in it. And maybe in the future, for sure, I'm definitely going to keep it in mind. But while everything's kind of going downhill, I'm not going to, I'm not going to treat myself like that big of a celebrity, when my channel is clearly on the decline. So I don't know. If we can fix all that, if we can get things growing on a regular basis, if I can get past everything with the next month and the shot and start traveling again, and I start seeing a real turnaround, then absolutely, for sure. But at this point, we're going to put it like this. If in the next year I see 50,000 subscribers instead of, which is kind of what, as a channel that's growing, that if you were to like do the math, based upon what I was growing several years ago, and I was like I said, from 10,000 to 20,000 took me only about 1 year. Within a 1 or 2 month window of that 1 year mark, I was at the 20,000. I got my goal, and so at that rate of growth, had I then did that same, based upon my past growth, it seems like I should have gone to something like my next 10,000 should have been in 6 months. And then I should have been able to do 10,000 again in 3 months. And then 10,000 again in 1.5 months. And that's the way, that sort of exponential, growth like that works when you finally do take off. And, and obviously I'd experienced that first decline already. I'd already dropped from 2,000 subscribers a day to like, only, like a couple hundred. And then I'd gone down, and I started taking off again, because the channel was just getting more and more popular and people loved what they were seeing. And then, so based on that math and coming back up again and coming to the point where I was doing 10,000 a year, then you would argue then the next year, based on that, it should have gone to about 20,000 a year, and or at least stayed the same. And it did the exact opposite. And so I should have been 50, 60, 70,000, based on channels like mine that have done similar content that often are, at least YouTube friends of mine, people that I talk with on a semi-regular basis that I don't necessarily collab with, but we know each other. And, so 70, 80, 100,000, that should be where 539 is right about now. I'm not saying we should have made the goal already. I'm not saying I should be the top channel on YouTube. I'm saying based upon other channels doing similar things and the views that they're getting and the quality of content that they're putting out and the amount of content they're putting out, I'm about half of where I should be because of some of the issues that we've came into. And so without a change, I'm not going to explore anything that isn't like a new channel, Thank you, Kelly. I really appreciate that. Do I totally hate the name 539 Urbex Explorations? No, I don't hate that. Adventures of 539. Yeah, I mean, they're all good. The problem is that it's the rebranding. It'd be like, imagine like tomorrow Walmart was just like, we're gonna change our name. That would mean millions of dollars of lost sales. Like, it's incredibly, and I'm obviously nowhere near as big as Walmart, but it could be somewhat detrimental at this point, even, to completely rebrand. It's like there's a certain amount of people that it's like they watch YouTube a certain amount, but they're not huge YouTube fans. And so those people, it's a really big risk, because those are the people that go on their list and they're like, wait, what's this channel? I didn't subscribe. And even though it might be 539, and they might, obviously, you could logically argue that having 539, they probably will get the point. But there's going to be a certain amount of people that get confused and just hit that unsubscribe button. So often channels that rebrand like that fall into really huge issues where people unsubscribe all of a sudden, even though they're not intending to unsubscribe. They just get confused and they're not really sure what's going on. But maybe with maintaining 539 in the name, it might be possible. But I'm veering away from Urbex, though. I do enjoy that sort of thing. I do enjoy abandoned places, but I always have wanted it to be more of a travel series. But at this point, again, the problem really is the analytics. No amount of rebranding is likely. I won't say it's impossible, but no amount of rebranding is likely to completely reverse the algorithm's idea that the channel, like I said, there's just this, it's like, if I could find the video, I'd love to post it for y'all to watch, but it shows all these different channels that grew on all these different timelines between, like a 1 year to like a 5 year or a 10-year time frame. And all the channels eventually declined after their prime. And you could watch on the graph the way it did it, and you can line it up, no matter what the time frame was. If you shrunk down the graph, it would be the exact, for almost every channel, there's the exact same growth pattern of people who are at least serious about YouTube. And it's sort of like this, this exponential growth up to this certain peak, and when it hits that peak, and then it just slow decline. And that peak might be at a different point. It might be 1 million subscribers. It might be 100,000 subscribers. It might be 30,000 subscribers. It might be 20,000 subscribers. But at a certain point, based on all the different calculations that the algorithm is doing, and all the different, ideas that it's getting from which videos are popular, and are your videos popular, and are your videos getting less views, or are they getting more views, and should I promote the next video? And it takes this huge, and it makes this very convenient pattern that you can look at for channels to describe whether that channel has a chance of growing exponentially and hitting its peak, or if it's already peaked and it's coming on the down cycle, and you can watch it. And currently the 539 channel is on the down cycle. It's already hit its peak. And so it's unlikely that the algorithm is going to change its mind again, although it's not impossible. There have been people who have done it. But again, it kind of takes that audience support. You have to have a really strong core base. And for whatever reason, I'm not saying they're not there. There are a lot of people that are, obviously you guys are here tonight, and a lot of you have been saying some amazing and nice things. Hey there, Shauna, welcome. But it's like the algorithm has done so well at not informing people that I'm even around, that even those core group of followers have been cut in half. Like I said, I don't know how many of you have heard this story before. I've told it a few times, so I apologize if you heard it. And it's a real short story, and just like a 30-second story. So, but I had a follower once message me, and he's like, "Hey, I've really missed you. You haven't posted videos in several years. I was wondering what happened. Why'd you quit YouTube?" And I had literally posted a video a week earlier, and before that I had a video 2 weeks before that. I had all these videos out, and YouTube had not notified him for over 2 years that I had posted a video. Now, obviously, some of that's on that person because they didn't go to the channel and check it out, I guess. It's up to them how big of a fan they want to be, or if they don't want to be a fan at all, and that's fine. But they were actually concerned. Where have you been? I noticed that you quit YouTube. And I was like, no, I haven't quit YouTube. And it's like, this person literally thought I had not made a single video in 2 years. So that tells you, like, how YouTube's treating my channel. And that it's not just me. Because occasionally people hear me talk about this, and they're like, you realize it's all you, right? That YouTube doesn't do any of this to anybody, that this is all you just not, posting enough, or not posting on time, or not posting the same day every week, which arguably probably would help. But no, that's just not true. YouTube has... the algorithm is somewhat out of control in a way that it does literally just completely tank people's channels in a very real way, and it really did a number on mine. And some of it might have been, like I said, my fault because I changed the content a little bit. But at the same time, it shouldn't be impossible in YouTube to be like, especially with my case, I feel like because I didn't change from travel content. It was like I just kind of shifted my focus. It was like I could see if I was like, hey guys, now I'm a food channel, and people would be like, well, I like travel content, I don't want to watch your food content, but I barely shifted, and a lot of people were like, man, I really like this new content, it really adds to the channel. And despite all these somewhat happy people, YouTube was like, no, they don't like it. And they took people that actually were fans, and then they were just like, okay, you're done with 539. And a bunch of people were automatically unsubscribed to my channel. A bunch of people were never, to this day, are not ever notified. It's like I have 30,000 subscribers, and I'll have a video that has 1,000 views. And it's like, I'm not saying that I couldn't make a terrible video that got only 1,000 views, but some of these videos, I feel like they're great. And it's like, I think it's really just YouTube being like, no, not this one. We'll tell 200 people, see if they like it. And it just screws it all up. I really hope so, Kelly. I really hope so. But anymore, it's looking like... It's like YouTube's turning a corner. It's like they're opening their eyes to the fact that they need to help people, but they're not quite sure yet how to do it. It was like for so many months they started the email program, and it was like it would be like tips, like, hey, make interesting thumbnails. And it's like, YouTube, like, if you're giving me a monthly newsletter about YouTube, tell me how you're working on YouTube. Tell me how you're working on the algorithm. Tell me the new things that are going to help my channel grow. Tell me, this and that. Tell me, what you're doing to fix your mistakes. Don't try to, send me a newsletter and sometimes it would just be like, hey, what to watch on YouTube. Look at these exciting new creators. And it's like, I am a creator on YouTube. Like, I don't want to hear about, I'll find my own new creators to follow as a fan, as looking for my own form of entertainment. I don't need a newsletter. And it was the creator newsletter. This is the creator newsletter for creators who are creating content on YouTube. And I get them on both channels. And it's like, here it is. It's just like, oh, look at Jenna Marbles' new video. And it's like, oh, I love Jenna Marbles. But this is not a news story for YouTube creators. A news story for YouTube creators and a newsletter from YouTube should say something like, hey, we noticed a huge drop in views to our notification problem last month, and so we've been really working hard to get that fixed for you. And here they're just telling me, like, you should be a fan of this already famous YouTuber. And it's like, how's that a newsletter for creators? And they slowly been trying to change it, and it's like, and that's what they changed this month. They started sending me my own analytics as if I'm not paying attention to my channel. Now YouTube is, oh, okay, well, we need to talk about actual YouTube instead of telling creators to go follow other famous creators in our newsletters. We should do something real. Let's send them their own stats. And I'm like, I don't want your stats. I want your stats. Like, what is YouTube doing to fix YouTube this month? And they still don't quite get it. But there are some good people out there, like Matt Pat from the Game Theory and Film Theories channel, among other channels, obviously, GT Live, and so there are some people out there really actively working with YouTube to sort of be like, hey, this is what you need to do to help creators, and it's slowly starting to change. But I think ultimately, at the end of the day, they're going to have to address the algorithm issue, or it's never going to be enough. And no matter how much YouTube gets on the ball, the algorithm is still doing something, because I have a channel with millions of views and 30,000 subscribers, and I'm literally being treated the same way as I was being treated at 700 subscribers. It's like there's almost no difference, because that's when things started to really take off. When I hit 700, I noticed the change, and then 700 to like 5,000 just flew by, and that was where I saw my first spike. Before I hit the first algorithm change. There have been several over the past few years. So, yeah, that's the unfortunate part is most people do rely on notifications, and they rely on what's on their homepage. They don't go to the actual channels. And again, it's not, I'm not trying to blame the viewers. That's fine. It's whatever they want to do. I mean, if that's all they're doing, then YouTube should find a way to better promote smaller channels on the homepage, rather than only promoting the channels that are famous. It's like, if I am subscribed to 20 channels and 10 of them have under 10,000 subscribers, and then 10 of them have over 1 million subscribers, I can guarantee that if I go to my homepage, YouTube will mostly tell me about the new videos from the famous people, instead of telling me about the ones from the smaller creators that I might equally love. And that's where my channel falls right now. And so YouTube's just like, yeah, but you care more about, and not to demonize any of these people, but it's like, but yeah, you care more about Exploring with Josh though, right? Because he's got millions of subscribers. And so that's what it's like being on YouTube right now. It's like, yeah, I've got all these people that support me, and they really are there for me when they can find me. But when they don't find me, they can't be there for me, because YouTube's not allowing them to be there for me. And so it's like, that's where I am. It's like all these subscribers are also subscribed to these other people, and YouTube's like, yeah, but they're more famous, so you probably would like their videos more. And that's exactly where I am. And, where in the past, I was the one that was always catching up with people. I was that guy. I was the underdog. There were people that passed me, and then I came right back and passed them. I was, and it was happening up to the day. I remember up to the day there was a friend of mine, and it was sort of like a friendly competition, just sort of back and forth, and we weren't even talking to each other about it, but it was like, his channel will get, a few thousand more subscribers, and my channel will get a few thousand. And at the time, mine was growing way faster, and I was like within like a week of passing his numbers, and I was kind of proud of myself, because it was like I really had turned the channel around, and I was, it was sort of like this healthy sort of friendly competition of, seeing whose channel could grow faster. And I remember I was almost there. I was within like 2,000 subscribers of like passing him. And I remember something changed like the next, like almost like the same time, like the next day or the next few days. And I remember my views started going down drastically again, and my sub count just dropped. And it was like from that point on, his channel kept growing like normal, and now he's like almost 100,000 subscribers. And my channel is just where my channel up to the moment I was growing faster than him. I was with, like I said, within 1,000 or 2,000 subs of passing him up, and not that I wanted to. It was just, again, I want him to succeed too, and I'm proud of him that he did succeed. But at the same time, it was so frustrating, because it was like, so you just tanked my channel in one day. You just said, okay, and you're done. And now, instead of getting all these thousands of subscribers and it being a growing channel, you're done. Here's 100 subs. Like, and it was like, man, well, yeah, I would have loved that when I had 100 subs, but it's like now you're literally just tanking all my numbers, and so it's like it's frustrating. Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate you being here. You have a good night. Let me look at our numbers here, and I might take my quick break here too, because I don't think we're probably going to be on for much longer anyway. I'm trying to keep things within a relatively, I don't know, I've been kind of going back and forth. It's like I either want to do like a really, really, really long stream and sort of do like a marathon stream, or I want to do like just short, like 2-hour streams and then just end it. But I'm going to take a quick break, get something to drink here, stretch, walk around a bit. I'm going to grab the lucky bamboo plant that I have, and we'll go ahead and save it from dying in rotten water and yellowing stalk. So give me like 5 minutes or something like that. Again, I appreciate y'all sticking around. Excuse me. Yeah, so basically, we'll just kind of see where the night takes us. We'll start with the plant thing. If it seems like everybody's hanging around, maybe we'll hop in over and do a dual stream and open up the Twitch stream. And again, tattoo stories. Click the link below. Share them live here on the stream if that's something you want to do. If you have any interesting travel or tattoo stories or body modification stories, either backstories or stories while you were getting tattooed or while you were on a trip or whatever, let me know. And I'll be back here real shortly. Like I said, just about 5 minutes or so to freshen up and grab the plant real quick, and then we'll do something fun with that and give you guys at least a little bit of content instead of just a random stream where we're just talking. I feel like I'm always just kind of talking at you guys, and I'm trying to actually build a sort of a live stream where we have actual real content, and it's not only just a Q&A for things that I'm doing in other areas. So anyway, I'll be back soon, and again, if you have any comments on the Be Back Soon screen or the On Air Soon stream, On Air Soon screen, not stream. I'm getting my words mixed up here. It's kind of a tongue twister, but let me know. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5. Sorry about that. Night, Linda. Sorry if I missed you. Alright. I got my gravel here. I may have to adjust the camera, though. I don't think this is gonna be a great angle. Let me get headphones back on. I do think I may, in a second here, hop on Twitch. Because I'm thinking I might as well give it a go. I don't know how it'll... I think my stream's fine. My internet connection's fine. I really think I have enough bandwidth, because my other one is only 720p. I don't know. I'm talking shop, and I'm sorry. It just means, the more HD you do, the higher definition, the more bandwidth it takes, the more speed it cuts down on your internet connection, so you can obviously, the more streams, the worse your connection's going to get, the more people looking at web pages, the slower web page is going to load. It just kind of makes logical sense. So my thought is since this stream's quality is pretty high bit rate, higher than recommended by YouTube, to the point where YouTube's like, hey, you want to turn your bit rate down? Like, I'm broadcasting like 18,000, because I know YouTubers that do more. I know for a fact that like Linus Tech Tips, I swear they broadcast at way more than at 18 kbs. So I don't know why YouTube is complaining, but I get this little pop-up, and it's like, hey, that's way too much. Like, that's way higher than recommended. So my quality should be good, and if it's not, then I don't know why. But at any rate, I don't think it's still that big of a percentage of my bandwidth and my internet connection, so I don't think it should be an issue if I just pop on Twitch and then stream through my webcam. That is, if I can remember how to log in. I know how to log in, but oh my. Oh. Wait. Weird question. Did you guys just hear that? Because I have the audio piped through from my other computer so I can do Discord. So you guys should have heard that. That was someone else's stream. Like, if someone doesn't mind just humoring me for a second, if I do this...
Well, let's go, guy.
Oh, yo, shoot, I'm like, why am I dying?
Can you hear another person talking?
I got an idea.
Because you should be able to hear this too.
Nice.
And if you can't, that means that my Discord server is not going to work as it's connect. Oh, did I have the audio turned up? Oh wait, I can hear it. So you guys should be able to hear it. Anyway. Let me see if I can do this real quick, and then I'll log in, and then we'll do, I'm not like, hold on. This is how paranoid I am. Glasses are reflective. What can I else get? I don't know, that feels more stealthy. It's not. I don't know what it's gotta be 539. There you go. If you can figure that out, then you're a genius, because I can type really fast. Oh, I don't remember the... Oh. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, that's only my second monitor. All right. Sorry, it's being picky. You can okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I have my. I went to Twitch and I was playing someone else's audio, but that's good because I also have this computer hooked up, like I said, to the Discord server, so that when I hear your audio doing interviews, then everybody on the stream will hear it the same way you heard the other person's stream now. Excuse me. So hold on. There we go. All right. Oh, I was going to change the color of that too. By the way, I said that earlier. This is not finished. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but I do have to add something in between the letters to block out the LEDs. The other option was cutting them and soldering, which I'm good at, but I didn't want to. I figured, why not just cover it? It's going to have the same effect. So, and it's easier. So instead of soldering, I decided black tubing. So, yeah, I can obviously change it whatever colors I want. I have my little remote here. It's just a kind of a normal RGB set of LEDs, although they are brighter than your average. A lot of the LED strips that you buy at the store aren't as dense as these. These are a little bit brighter, a little bit denser. They're 50/50 LED strips. There are some that are denser. I eventually want to get some. Eventually, they're going to get dense enough where you can't actually see the spaces between the lights. Obviously, in the stream, it's harder because the camera sees the brightness differently. Well, let me change the other one. I also need to get these hooked up so I can do this. I can do it on my tablet, but I just haven't set it up yet. So, and I don't have my tablet set up here with me tonight. Otherwise, I could just... all of them are Wi-Fi, too. So I can just go in the app and change them. I'm trying to get... I was not very good about buying the same brand with everything. And so I unfortunately... Oh, crap, I gotta check my email. So I now have 3 different brands of LED strips, and all of them do Wi-Fi, but not all of them, or most of them do Wi-Fi, but not all of them are the same app. And so I think there's a universal app that I can get because it's all pretty standard in the way that they connect. I know that's probably boring tech talk to some of you, but I'm trying to keep talking at least while I'm figuring out Twitch. Who apparently... Thank you for not doing that. Sorry guys. It's making it way harder than it has to be. Oh, I think I know why. This is gonna be rough. Shoot. Wait, okay, no. It's being very difficult. But, we're gonna get to the Lucky Bamboo in a second here. But I promise, are you serious right now? Every device. Okay, here we go. It's just, everything is just being as completely as hard as it can possibly be. Like, I'm literally clicking the button I need to click to go to the account I need to go to, and it's just like, nope, sorry. There it goes. Okay, finally. All that for one stupid little thing. That was way too hard. I have 46 notifications. None of them worth anything. It appears. Alright. Well, I'm logged on to Twitch. We made it that far. Now, can I go live on Twitch? That gone. Sorry. I'm not trying to be so boring. So yeah, Lucky Bamboo. Again, not Bamboo, member of the Dracaena family. Most of those are bright light plants, but Lucky Bamboo, that variety is actually kind of a medium light plant. I wouldn't call it low light plant. There's not really many actual low light plants. It's kind of a myth. If you see something in the store that says low light, it's probably just labeled wrong, rather than actually being a low light plant. So like, imagine being in the middle of the woods in the middle of a bright sunny day. Yeah, it's covered. That's a low light. But that's really bright. In the middle of the day, noon, in a covered forest. Unless you're in the rainforest, if you're in like North America, it's going to be pretty bright. It's not direct sunlight because it's covered by the leaves and, any other plants that are in the way of whatever plant is considered to be low light, but it's also still pretty bright. And that's what low light really truly means. If you're thinking it's a low light plant, it's a low light outdoor plant. It's not a low light indoor plant. That's a kill any plant situation. So these are labeled incorrectly as low light. Low light says right here. It's not low light, it's medium light. And it kind of corrects itself. Like low light, 6 to 10 feet from a window, which is incorrect too because what window? If it's a north-facing window, then no, you're dead. In the northern hemisphere. If it's a south-facing window, yeah, that's probably going to be fine. If it's a west-facing window, that could be a little bit more tricky. This one back here is west, so it's a little bit more tricky. My cactus love it. Some of my plants, it's a love-hate relationship. I got to move it around the room at different times of the year, or I've got to have a grow light, which now I have a grow light, so I don't have to do that so much anymore. But, it's like, this, like my lipstick plant up here really likes it during the summer right there because it's not very bright, but it gets a good amount of light over the good percentage of the day because it's summer. But during the winter, it needs the grow light there because it doesn't do as well there. And so, always be very cautious of these things. It's not in their best interest often to give good tags because really, really good care tags means less sales. If you kill your bamboo or your not bamboo, but Lucky Bamboo, or if you get real bamboo, it's if you kill it and you liked it, you're probably going to go buy another one. And so it's unfortunately more profitable to not care as much about tags, and it really shows. A lot of these tags are just horrible. Like a lot of the tags, if you follow the instructions, it will kill the plant. But these plants are not incredibly hard to grow if you know what you're doing. And also, I think it says to feed it every 2 weeks, which you're supposed to feed these once a year. Although I think there is a really weak fertilizer that people do on a more frequent basis. But it is really expensive. It's like $8 for a little 2-pack bottle, and you use half the bottle each time. It's every 2 weeks. So, it's not super expensive, but you're going to go through a lot of product at that point. So, I'm tempted to try it, but everywhere else I see it's just don't worry about it. Hey there, Brenda. No worries. Sorry if I'm boring everybody. Hold on just a second. We're almost done. I'm just going to see if it'll let me go live with just my webcam over here. And then if so, we'll dual stream for a minute, and if it really kills the YouTube thing, we'll sign off. So I'd probably sign off on Twitch because I've never done a complete stream on Twitch, and I hate to like make it or put its importance above my audience over here. I don't know how many of you are actually even subscribed to me over on Twitch, but we're gonna see if it works. Let's see. Okay. Okay, it said I went online. I have no idea what I'm doing. What does that mean, though? No, I don't want to update anything. Take me. Okay, I gotta go to my channel now because I just hit go online and it says I'm online. Nope, I'm offline. According to my my back end, I'm officially online. According to my channel, I'm officially offline. I'm so confused right now. Okay. Oh no, that is what I thought I was gonna be smart and then just go to straight to my channel by typing in the URL, but it literally was already there. How am I online then? It still says I'm online. I wish I should screenshot this. This is kind of hilarious. It literally says 539 Productions online, and then I go to 539 Productions and it says 539 Productions offline. And my webcam's not on. No, my webcam is definitely not on. So it's not. I don't understand. All right, if this isn't fixed by like 3:25, we're gonna quit and we're gonna do the plant thing first. So I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, and I'm not gonna try and have too much dead air here. So let's figure this out real quick, and then it might just mean my status. Okay. Oh dear, this is. I don't understand why this is as hard as it is. If it even offers the ability to go online, it should have just the option of being like, hey, are we using your webcam? This is literally their website. I went and clicked go online. And what is going on? Oh, that really irritates me. Stream manager. Okay. Alright, I got a few minutes left. I got 3 minutes here. Alright, it looks like we're in the right place. I have 118 views. Wonder who's viewing any. Oh, it must be like every time somebody visits my channel. Edit stream info. Oh, okay. I think we got it. I think we finally got it. It's just being confusing. I don't know. First stream and plants. Or should I just be like plant with me? Does that sound vaguely dirty? Oh god, that is really getting on my nerves. It just literally just deleted everything. All because I got screwed up because I banged my headphones. I don't know if it says it sent out a notification Wonder if anybody got notified. Let me know if anybody's following me on both and your phone just went off. Search tags. Plants. Oh, I guess that's it. I can only do one. Can I do more? Travel. No, I can't do that. Because that's not exactly accurate. Whatever. There we go. The plant stream. Done. Stream info. Updated. There's no just go online button. Why is there no button? There was one, and I hit it, and then it didn't work. It didn't turn my webcam on. It didn't do anything. It just said I was online. And this one I can edit the stream settings. And it's got everything except for like the go online button. What is that? This is ridiculous. I never knew it was this rough. At least to do it this way. Streaming tools. It's like it's everything that's on YouTube. Except YouTube has a go online button. And you can kind of configure it. It's all in the same window. And this one, I have all my stats. It tells me how long the session is. It tells me how many viewers I have, how many followers I'm at, what bit rate I'm at, everything that the YouTube backend has. But there's no specific place that I can see that just is like, hey, go online. Do this. I can chat. Advanced. Report playback issues. Determining quality. What are we determining the quality of? You can't, because my camera's not on. You have not turned my camera on. Okay. So I think it's expecting a incoming connection, which is probably impossible at this point. I don't know if it's gonna support it. That's disappointing. It doesn't support just a straight up go to webcam. At least not that I can find. I swear on YouTube I think I can just do it with my webcam. Without my streaming software, I mean. Obviously, with streaming software, I could do it either way, but I'm saying like that the YouTube, I believe that the YouTube backend supports just go live with your webcam. I've never done it, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, obviously on the app it does, but I'm pretty sure on the browser it does too. And that's what I was hoping for. Here, I know we've passed that deadline. I'm just frustrated. I really wanted this to work, and it says that I'm online. I got an achievement, though, for changing the name of the stream. So that's the good news. I have got an achievement. I'm not able to go live, but I do have a new achievement. I think it is waiting for my OBS software. Yeah. Hey there, Ian. Welcome. You're on Twitch. Well, that's good. Oh, man. I feel like okay. Give me just one more minute here, because I feel like I am really close to at least figuring it out. If I go there, there's absolutely nothing. Yeah, I think because it's just, yeah, it does look like it wants a third-party software to connect. And I can't do that without killing the YouTube stream, it appears. And I don't think that OBS on Mac supports dual streams, unfortunately. So the only way to do it would be with my phone or another device, but I don't have the tablet on me right now or charged. And my phone is obviously functioning as the camera. So I think that might be that. Quick actions. Yeah, I don't think. New items. What in the world? Alright, well, I guess we will go ahead and do the plant stuff. It still says I'm online. It must just be my username. My account is online. I think if I went and watched a video now, it would update because I have share my activity on. So if I went and started watching somebody, I think what it would do is it would say, hey, 539 Productions is on and watching so-and-so stream. I think that's what it means. For whatever reason, it does not support. Oh, wait, there's Video Producer. Okay, we give that one chance, and if it does not allow me to just go live straight from the webcam, then we're just done. 0 selected, all videos. I have no videos. I have 0 copyright strikes, though. It's probably pretty good for a channel that has 0 content. So, Video Producer is the exact same thing that it just literally took me back to the exact same place. Frustrating. Alright. Well, that was that. Nope. Channel. It really does just seem like it would be like one of those. Like, I swear I'm going to have to look on YouTube now just to confirm. I swear if I go to my creator dashboard here before I went live, I could select just to go live with a webcam. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe YouTube doesn't support it either. I've never straight up just tried. So I guess that's that. That's crazy irritating. Oh, wait. I know but I can do it. I might do it in a little bit because I should have a copy of OBS on here and I can just set up this OBS to... Ooh, that's going to be a rough one. That might work. We might try it in a minute. All right. Let's do the... It's frustrating because it's like... at least the plant stuff would make good content. Whereas if I wait and do the plant stuff now, I'm going to have nothing to do. Maybe I'll show some plants or something to at least do that. Alright, I've got my knife here. And let's go back to the chat so I can see you guys. Man, that would have been cool. Alright. Okay, let's get on this plant thing. Thank you all for being here. Remember, give it a thumbs up and a share if you're enjoying. Appreciate you all hanging out with me so late. Now, some of you out there might be tired. I did have a holiday yesterday. These things are the worst. So that's where all the water is. And like one of the worst things is because they never change it, so it's definitely gonna be rancid. It's gonna smell horrible. So that's the worst thing. And then you can see up here at the top, it is yellowing and dying, and that's probably specifically because of the rancid water down here. And so the sad part is that, this shoot here, I might be able to cut it off and root it, but other than that, it's probably just going to die, all because not a single person, instead of just marking it down as clearance, as you can see right here, maybe you can't, it might not be in focus, but instead of just marking it down as clearance, dropping the price by 50%, you could literally just change that water, and then you'd be good to go. That's all it takes. Put it in the right light and put it in fresh water from time to time, like once a week. That's really all it takes. Once a week, have a day, you go through and you change all your plants' water. Doesn't really matter if everything's on the same schedule. Most of them are going to live through if they have an extra water change a week. It's not going to really hurt them. But, you want to change their water frequently. They don't like to sit in stale water, So, yeah, and when they do that, they do stuff like this. So what we're going to have to do then is, first I'm going to remove the annoying tag, but I just figured I'd leave it on for you guys to see. And we're going to probably cut it like maybe like right about here. And then I've got some wax heating up around the corner, just some plain old white candle wax in a little tiny empty tea light container. And once we cut it, we're gonna dip that end into the hot wax, and that's going to protect the stem, because once damage occurs too, they tend to like to rot from that damage, and so they're not very tolerant to being broken off. I don't know in the wild really what they do. They are native. The idea of braiding lucky bamboo came from China, but the lucky bamboo is actually, I believe, a native of North Africa, and again, not a bamboo plant. This is not bamboo from Asia. This is a Dracaena from North Africa, and was brought to China and made popular as lucky bamboo, and was sold braided and hung with usually red ornaments for good luck. And that was some time ago. I believe that was at least several hundred years ago. But yeah, so that's the story of lucky bamboo, which is, again, not at all bamboo. So I need something to pour this water into. That was really loud. I purposefully put my shelf together backwards because it had really cool decorations on the back, and I wanted them on the front because it looks cool, and you wouldn't see them with all the plants covering it up, but now it kind of gets in the way of things, so I probably need to flip it back around, but then it means rebuilding the entire shelf because all three of them are the same. So, alright, none of this is visible, so obviously boring. I'm going to go ahead and make it a little bit more visible here. Let me adjust the camera angle slightly too so you can actually see. Not even. That's a little bit better. Okay. I know things are getting a little late here. I apologize I made you all wait this long for the real content while I whined about my YouTube experience. So now we have it out. Excuse excuse me. I should have muted for that. I should have taken the tag out first too. But here's the crazy thing. Let's see if I can focus here. Okay. It has pretty healthy roots. So that just means that the only reason it's probably dying, because it would yellow if the roots weren't healthy, it would yellow at the bottom of the plant. And it really looks fine. It's a little bit difficult to tell with the colored lights, but it looks fine, and the top is yellow, so it means it's probably sucking up bad water. Or getting the wrong amount of light. If it was way too bright, it might be yellowing too from that. So those are some of the reasons anyway that it'll change. But and then the other thing that's horrible is that, this is pretty stiff rubber to be watertight. So if I were to just rip this down past these roots, I could rip off a bunch of those roots along with it. I don't know for sure. I might be able to wiggle it past, but I never try, so I always just cut them because they're pretty much useless. And again, they're not very healthy for the plants. All right, we're going to remove that. Put that down in our spare pot there. It already has a little root coming off of here. So we really could plant it a little bit deeper. I'm just got this spare little glass here that I used before. It has a lot of calcification on it. And that's all that is. It's just calcium deposits from different minerals that have come from probably watering too many plants with faucet sink water. If you water with purified water or mineral-free water, you're going to get around that, So and you don't accidentally overfeed the plants. A lot of drinking water, or the water that you get out of your tap, is treated with chemicals. It'll have different things like fluorides and other chemicals in there to sometimes they're to kill bacteria, sometimes they're actually to promote better dental health, oddly enough. And so it can sometimes overwhelm the plants if you use straight out of the faucet water. And so you want to use the distilled, which is mineral free. It'll probably say distilled. Honestly, I don't know if anybody actually just calls it mineral free, but that is what it means. It means that they've essentially boiled it off like alcohol. You boil it through the still, and the water boils off, and what remains behind is all the little particles that were in the water. And those particles are actually what makes the water conduct electricity, and so distilled water actually does not conduct electricity. And another fun fact. But anyway, so it's easier to water plants, some plants at least, if they're picky plants, it's easier to water them with distilled water, because then you can add your food into it and you're not overwhelming the plant with other chemicals that might be dissolved into the water by the water treatment facility or by the local minerals. Like water around here probably has a lot of lime in it because it goes through limestone, it probably, and so it draws that out. And, when you see like the really brilliantly blue water lakes, that a lot of those are abandoned quarries because they have a lot of that limestone in the water that is dissolved and turn the water that sort of really beautiful blue hue. So a lot of times the chemical makeup of water is what makes the color. And so when you start out with water without anything dissolved in it, you're less likely to overwhelm your plants. But yeah, I'm just kind of taking up time now. All right. Let's see if I can. Sorry if I'm making too much noise. I keep hitting the mic stand with my... Wow, what did they make this? This tag is like indestructible. That was way too much of a pain. So we're going to remove our tag with slightly incorrect information for caring for the plant. And then we're going to have to, like I said, sever the stem behind where it is yellowing. And so you kind of want to feel if it's soft, because it's a little bit soft where it yellows, obviously. And then if you feel back, you'll feel where it stops being soft, and that's where it's healthy. And so, like, here or here would probably be a good place to cut, but I might go here just to be safe, and then I can actually take a small section here and try and root it, and then it'll actually sprout off potentially another one of these. So it might be okay. And then I'll show you guys one that in a little bit here, one that I already did, where I already repaired it, already dipped it, and it's doing fine. After several weeks now, I believe. I thought I hit the end stream button by accident. Alright. So, yeah, it's probably going to be easier to just hold it, honestly. Alright, I'm going to try to do this in a safe manner. It's kind of interesting with these when they're curved. So I need to set it right about there. Alright. Is this even visible? Alright, so now we have the dead portion off, and we have the healthy portion here that we're going to dip in the wax. And then I might, like I said, take off this section here and try and just root only that section and see if that'll survive for me, and create another plant out of that. But this one should do fine now, because all of the decay has been severed, and so it will have nowhere to travel. And so if I sever it again here, it may be able to root this as another healthy plant. So we'll try that here in a little bit. But as for the moment, I need to put that in its new container here and see if we can get that to survive. So where did my rocks go? Okay, this is going to be... I've never tried this like this. I don't need this. I spilled water everywhere. I decided to put it down on a drip tray, but it turned out the drip tray was already full of water, and so it just overflowed. Thankfully, it's not on any electrical cords. But this is going to be rough. Losing rocks everywhere. This is not the cleanest way to do this. Alright, that should be probably about good. Alright, let's make a little hole, which isn't really going to work too well. Let's see, a little bit too much. So yeah, we're just going to fill this in basically. And then we'll fill it with some water. And Dracaena, at least this particular variety of Dracaena, like to live in just straight water. They don't need to live in straight water. I don't know that they do in the wild, but they do like a lot of moisture. And so it's just as easy, if not way easier, to grow them straight in water in a loose substrate like this. This is just straight up fish tank gravel. That's all it is. It's a $4. For $4, I got 5 pounds of black fish tank gravel, and you can get it in any color you want. It's cheap and it works just fine. You rinse it off before you put it in, and then you've got a really cool medium for your Dracaena, or your lucky bamboo plant, to live in. And it, of course, will eventually sprout out new shoots and grow. So it's not just going to be frozen in time. And these can get pretty tall. They can get well over 6 feet, I believe. Somewhere right around that. Yeah, Dracaena are great. They come in a lot of different varieties, a lot of different really cool ones. Most of them I find are actually bright light plants, and a lot of them are bigger. They have a little thicker stalks. These will get a lot taller. I don't think they'll get much thicker. These variety of Dracaena, a lot of times you'll find them a lot of times in America, at least. I see them often at Chinese buffets, the semi-fake American Chinese buffets that serve you Chinese food that has never been served in China. But yeah, if you go there, a lot of times they grow the lucky bamboo there. And a lot of the stalks tend to be fairly thin and tall, so they don't get too much thicker. These are a little bit thinner. I do have a few that are thicker than this, actually in the background there. I don't know how well you can tell the difference. I don't have my grow light hanging right now. I'm trying to rehang it in a better way, and so I don't have that on. I was planning to kind of leave it on in a low setting for the stream so that you guys can see the plants better, and it kind of lights up the plants in a really cool light and looks really neat with the lights behind. But the way I had it hanging wasn't a permanent solution, and so I came to the limit of that solution. I had to take it down for fear of damaging my other lights. So it's almost finished. I'm gonna put some water in it real quick, and then I'll show you guys a little bit more close up a view, and then I'll show you some of the other ones that I have here, and maybe some of the other new plants. We'll just kind of go through the plants. At least it'll be some fun content for tonight. I got a lot of new things, and I've been fixing up a lot of things. I replanted a few things. I replanted a few cactus, and I got a few new cactus too. A lot of new cactus, actually. I think I have total over the last few weeks, 11 or 12 new plants, including this one. I just got this one too. And what is it? I just forgot the name. Was it White Ann, I believe? I believe I have a pink variety of this too. I'm not sure if it's the exact same plant or not, but it looks really similar, except it's pink variegation instead of white. But I'm not 100% sure on this. So, yeah, that's one of the new additions. And I have another new one. Yeah, this one just yesterday. And I meant that I don't know too much about these. I did get a new begonia too, which is really cool. I'll have to show that. I don't know if it's going to show up very well on the stream, but it's a really awesome one. It's a metallic looking one. And it's not like a fake one where they spray it at the store and it literally grows metallic looking leaves. And I don't think it's a super rare variety. It's a somewhat rare variety. Um, there was only, I think, four. They managed to get them in at a big chain, and occasionally you do find rarer things at big chains. There's just not very often. And when people find them, like me, I'm in there looking at plants like all the time, and not all the time, but recently, after I've got my first shot, I started going in and looking at stuff at late at night, right before the store closes. I'll just throw a mask on and go in and I've been scalping all the rare stuff recently. So I scalped two of those, not really scalped them, but I got two of those, and there was only, I think there was 5 total when I was there. And it's a Begonia Rex. Which is, there's a wide variety of Begonia Rexes too, but this is, from what I gather from the few videos I've watched on them, it's slightly rare, but not very rare. It was pretty cheap. I picked it up, I think I paid $3 for one and $5 for another. And, but I gather they're a little bit more rare, but also the stores often don't price up their rare stuff because they don't really care. They just sell whatever they get. And if you get the big, gigantic, farms and stuff, sometimes they and especially if they're coming straight from the source, if they're actually coming from tropical regions, they may not be 100% aware of, the wildly swinging trends. And so they'll often, especially at the big brand stores, you might find something for cheap that's actually fairly rare. Let me grab it here. It's not, like I said, it's not incredibly rare. But I don't know how well it's going to come out on camera, though. Let's see if I can get it to focus. So yeah, you can't see too well. It's trying to focus on my face. Yeah, you can't tell really well, but it is slightly metallic. It has a sheen to it. From here, it looks like car paint. It has that speckled sheen. But unfortunately, you just really can't tell on camera. Hold on, let me put this one back. All right, I'm going to grab the water real quick I want to get this guy in new water. And it will, again, recover quite well. Am I missing chats? Okay. I'll be back in just a second. I've got water right around the corner here. Oh, and I forgot one key step too. I did not dip it yet. So that's going to be... I might have to take it around the corner. I wanted to show you guys directly, but it's literally just going to be me holding it to the side and dipping it into wax. So I'm going to dip it real quick around the corner, and then I'm going to come back. And yeah, I'll see you in just a second here because this is going to be boring. All right, so we got that. You can kind of tell. Let's see. Can I get it to focus? I hate doing this. So you can see there the wax dripping slightly off the end, it is dried now. So that will protect the plant from any further rotting due to the additional damage that we just had to do to the plant to save it from the rotting. So that's the kind of double-edged sword you kind of run into, because the very act of cutting it can also promote more rot. So just like a tree outside, when you cut the branches, sometimes you either spray paint it with black paint, or you put some sort of cover on it so that it doesn't kill the plant. And in the same way with the Dracaena here, it helps to protect the plant from any further rotting by dipping it just a little bit in wax. And so, again, they're not the hardest plant to please. And I don't recommend bottled water. I just have this, but I'm not a bottled water advocate. It's probably one of the worst things possible for both the budget and the very idea of purchasing something that you pay way less for to make it flow out of your tap, and is free in a lot of areas, whether you're using a well or whatever it may be. So, and of course, plastic pollution is a huge issue. There's like a measurable level of plastic in every one of our bodies now, unless you're like a vegetarian. Like, we all have plastic in our bodies because all the fish are eating the plastic, and then we're eating the fish, and then obviously that gets transferred to us. So it's kind of gross. Pretty gross. And that's thanks to water bottles and fishing nets. So thank you, water industry and fishing net industry. I don't know who makes fishing nets, but stop making them out of plastic. It's literally not only killing the fish, but killing the people eating the fish. Yeah, from a garden. I guess it just depends on where you are. There are some areas that you wouldn't want to drink from the garden hose, though, too. You know. I mean, some areas not too far away from me, like Flint, Michigan. If you drink from the water hose, that'll be the last time you drink from the water hose. I think you can still technically get delivered bottled water from the government. I don't know, that might have just been finally, well, not finally, because I think there's still a measurable level of, and I can't say that 100%, but at least allegedly, I guess there's still some bad stuff in the water. So I think some people still can get deliveries of the bottled water. But, yeah, terrible. But, yeah, some places, yeah, it's fine. And some people like different types of water. Like, I knew they always talk about, it's like New York, you talk about dirty water hot dogs. And it's not really dirty water, but and it really is real, because the one time I went to New York and stayed with a real New Yorker, and one of the first things they told me was that that it really was true. The water in New York makes all food taste better, and it was literally my first time there. So apparently it is something that is well believed. So. Yeah, I don't know too much about really any of it, but yeah, I think it's an interesting area for a lot of different reasons, though. One of my favorite reasons, favorite little, I guess, factoids about it is that most people don't realize that pop cans are different in New York and New Jersey, because there's so much weird business trading across city to city, and like weird price differences between like block to block, even in different parts of the cities, that like when you go to, like, at least it used to be, like when I was in New York, all pop cans were either labeled New York or labeled New Jersey, and it was so that people couldn't cross. It was like being in almost like a foreign country. It's like you couldn't cross the border and buy a distributor's like Coke from New Jersey and distribute it to New. There was like certain like weird laws when I was there, and so like all the pop cans, it was like at the top of the lip, it would say New York, and everybody was like, that's so they can't go to New Jersey and get cheaper cans and bring them up here and sell them. Which I was like, wait, what's wrong with that? And that isn't that economics 101? But apparently, at the time, according to my friends, now they might have been wrong. Not everybody that lives in New York knows everything about New York, so maybe they were just wrong. So if you can correct me. But when I was there, all the cans did have New York on them, and I think we drove through like Jersey like for something. I swear, because I did see Jersey cans for some reason. Maybe they might have just had Jersey cans at their house. Maybe because of the same reason, because it was cheaper, so they drove there and bought it themselves. Yeah. It's crazy. Because, that just sounds to me like... It sounds like monopoly. It's like the great thing about... one of the good things, I'm not sure about everything about it, but one of the good things about capitalism that's good is the idea of competition and being able to go somewhere and drive somewhere and get a cheaper product and bring it back and sell it at a cheaper price than your competition. That's called competition. That's good market competition right there. So I'm not sure how that helps, but maybe there's somebody out there more knowledgeable about me in the situation. Hold on. Sorry, I heard something weird. And I felt like it was like a vibration on the floor. That was weird. A sugar tax. Just as long as it's not a tea tax. Yeah, that's the wrong city though. Right time period. Although I'm sure Philadelphia was mad too. They probably didn't like that either. But Boston just jumped on it. That's why I always kind of laugh. People always get pissed at people. Like, oh yeah, they were looting. It's like, man, they were looting in 1770s. That's what Americans do. That's just how we do shit. All right. We got this one done. I'm running out of space. I need to clean my desk here. I don't think I'm gonna do the other one on stream. I will, like I said, I'm gonna cut this one too, and then we'll stick this one in like another little tiny container and see if we can get it to root and create another little lucky bamboo plant. So might be able to not only take a plant that was dying and revive it, but we might be able to make two plants. Oh, sorry. I'm still just not quite used to wearing the headphones all the time now. It is nice to be able to hear how loud I'm speaking though. Oh, that's fun. Philadelphia burned it and Boston drowned it. Yeah, there you go. Creativity. It's like they're living up to the one if by water, two if by sea. All right. Let's get organized here. I kind of wonder what kind of environmental effects dumping a bunch of tea. I mean, it's a lot of water, so it's probably not going to affect very much for very long. But I wonder, like, just the instantaneous effects of, like, dumping thousands upon thousands of these, like, like, what if a fish just swims through that. Like, I wonder if I doubt it'd be poison because it's just tea leaves, so it's probably not bad. But I wonder what the implications of tea is to heavy amounts of tea is to wildlife. But it was the ocean, so it probably had zero effect. Maybe only like immediate effect as it like fell in. If anything fell into the direct wake of the concentrated liquid, maybe that would have done something. But I don't know. It's just a weird thought. Anyway, I don't know. If you guys are interested, I'll grab some of the other plants. If you guys want to see that. Trying to think of all the new ones I got. I have a ton of cactus. I think I already had the golden barrel last time. I did get a new succulent last night. I wasn't intending to, but I have a bad habit of if I pick it up, I will buy it. I won't pick it up and then take it around and then decide against it and then put it back down. If I've picked it up and looked at it, I'll buy it. So I'm just making a habit. If I don't think I'm gonna really be into the plant, I just won't take it off the shelf, because as soon as I take it off the shelf, it doesn't matter if I'm into it or not. I'm gonna feel bad if I put it back, so I just buy it. And I kind of did that on this one. Not completely. I did like it. It's a sedum succulent. It's just kind of like a ground cover succulent. It's pretty interesting. Sorry, I keep looking directly away from the camera, and I realize I'm doing that. Pretty cool little guy. But didn't really have any intention of buying any succulents. I just picked it up and I was looking at it, and I was like, I don't really know if I'm too sure about it or not. But then I went to set it back down, and I was like, you know what? It's yellowing. It looks like it could use some help, and I'm going to get it anyway and see what I can do with it. So I brought it home, and I watered it because it was dry and it was starting to yellow, as you can kind of see over here. Sorry again, I'm just staring away. But so yeah, you can kind of tell it's yellowing. I don't know why I still have this in here. And once I began to water it, I can already tell some change. It already has revived a lot in the last 12 hours. The yellowing has started to dissipate. I'm seeing the green start to form again. I don't think the yellow stuff actually is going to die completely. It's got a little bit of new growth coming up here, but I think it's going to need to be transplanted. So I'm noticing the dirt situation's not too healthy. So, yeah, I wasn't intending to get it, but I do like it. I think it's a really cool plant. I'm hoping to do like a little arrangement at some point and get a little bit bigger, like wider of a pot, and do like a little cactus arrangement once things start to get a little bit bigger here and I start to propagate a few things. I've started to propagate a few of the bunny ear cactus. I got one to propagate successfully, and I'm going to pull off a few more pads here and try and really thicken out the pot. And once I get to that point, I'm going to try and make a few more plants. And one of my things I thought would be interesting would be to make an arrangement type. And a lot of people usually just kind of try to make a semi look like a desert environment, and put the sand down and put some stones around. And I've done that in a few different plants like that. Well, not with sand, but with the stones. Like you can see one of my little bonsai, which isn't a bonsai. A bonsai is not a species, but it is a form, a widely used variety of trees in the bonsai practice. I'll probably do it sort of like that. Although you kind of have to ignore it for a little while anyway, because to get the bonsais to kind of thicken the trunks, you kind of want them to grow like a regular plant for a while, a regular tree, and then you cut them when they're starting to get thick. And this one's a little bit thick, but I might let it just grow out a little bit instead of trying to really prune it back and make it look... I'm not really interested in... I'm not a big bonsai fan to begin with, but I liked the variety of plant in the way it looks, and so I got it for that. So I'll probably do a little bit with it, but yeah, the plant spoke to me. Yeah, the problem is almost everything does. I'm okay with some things, but then again, like I like I'm I'm big on, like, I hate to go to these big box stores and see the plants like this, and so there was two others there, and I thought about picking up all three. I almost picked up all three. And in fact, if I go back and they're still there, probably, I'm sure there'll be a markdown to $1. I'll probably just go ahead and get them. I'm sure I'm waiting for they haven't got the philodendron shipment yet, and so when that happens, like the begonia, there probably will be just a few that come in that are more rare varieties. And so if you're real careful and real quick and you're in the stores often, which isn't smart right now, and I don't recommend, but if you time it right, you can kind of go in. Like I said, I always go in right before it closes, so almost no one's there. If you get there right after the shipments, you can often find, even in the big box store, some of the more rare things. A lot of times you go there, it's just going to be your yellow pothos, yellow philodendron, or whatever you want to call it. Or you might have your emerald, which is probably just the same variety as the white variegated, but just reverted to green. So a lot of it's the same plant, just looking slightly different, with different variegations, things like that. And so if you go there early, though, occasionally you'll find the more rare things, and they're not always super rare. But I did it to Walmart last year, and I got my silver pothos, which isn't rare, but it's I don't see it a lot, and when it does come in, it often disappears real quick. And when I went there was only one other silver pothos there. And so, at least in this area, some areas it's different. So some of you might be like, well, I always see it. But some areas are different. Some areas get doing different things. In some areas, some things are more rare than they are in other areas. And so they sell more. And so I'm waiting on the philodendron / pothos shipment, because the pothos really grow well here in the command center. They just do excellent in the philodendron. And I've got my monstera back here that is getting really tall. I think it's going on 6 feet now. You can see the top leaf there is pretty tall. Actually, that's probably more around 5.5. It's not quite taller. It's just a little bit over my head now, I think. Actually, yeah, it goes above frame. I moved the camera, I forgot. But anyway, so everything's kind of grown pretty well, and especially down on my shelf, which is what I'm trying to fill out. And so I'm looking for the more colorful varieties of the philodendron. There's a couple red and kind of burgundy varieties, and then of course if you get your really rare stuff, you can get your pink varieties and things like that. So I'm kind of looking for the different colors, because I've got a lot of variety of green. I've got my neon pothos, I've got my silver pothos that is like the dark green with the silver markings and stuff on it, and what are those, striations? Is that what that is? And then I've got your typical yellows and all that. And those are doing really well. I have incredibly healthy plants down here. And my neon is right over here. It's not really visible. I'm going to have to do more day streams so I can show you more plants. And once I get my light hooked up, it'll show up more. And then I got a bunch of them rooting up here too. I've got a ton more of silver pothos rooted. And then I got a bunch of them planted. You can't see it right now, but eventually I'm going to fill out the monstera, which is kind of just slowly crawling its way up this pole here. And then I have silver and yellow pothos growing that are smaller leafed, although they can get really big as well. But at the moment they're pretty small, and I'm going to have those kind of come up and cover the sections of the Monstera that are more viney, and so it'll kind of leaf it out, and it'll get some nice, really big, healthy yellow pothos leaves that'll cover the pole a little bit better than what it's doing right now. So it's going to get a little bit better looking here, especially on the stream, because like I said, I'm going to get the lighting right over hopefully the next few weeks or so. But yeah, it's slowly coming along. But is there anything else? I guess I could grab my flowering cactus. I've got a few cactus that have flowers on them now. One of them just recently started blooming, and the other one has, I don't know how many it has right now. It usually has anywhere from 2 to 13 blooms. I think right now it's somewhere in the middle. Oh, this is a new one. This is not very new, actually. This is about a month or so old. Focus. I gotta cover my face up. There we go. This is a mammillaria cactus, and it has nice kind of bright pinkish purple flowers. They're pretty much closed right now because it's nighttime, and they'll open during the day, and it usually has a full crown. Sometimes, like I said, it had up to 13 max. It's got about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right now that are open, but it'll keep growing more. And then I got this one that just recently started blooming. Again, hold on. Let me see if I can get it to focus a little bit better here. Gotta cover my face. Come on. It still sees my face behind. But that's really cool. And it looks cool. I wish I had one that wasn't bloomed, because it kind of looks just like a marker tip. It doesn't really look like a real flower. And then once it blooms, it looks really amazing. I already I have some cuttings of this, because one of the little cuttings that they shoved in there came rotted, and so I took everything off the top, and I'm letting them dry out. A few of them had already started to root on the stem, because it's like the plant realized that it wasn't getting nutrients anymore, and so the good parts started to root. And so when I pulled them out of the rotten parts, it actually already had roots, and so that's good. So I think I'm going to get about three new cuttings of these that I'm going to be able to plant as well. Yeah, so this is my little bonsai, and it came with a lot of the rocks that had been knocked out in shipping. They had been super glued too, so I removed all the super glued rocks and put down some of the black gravel and some white and regular river. Well, the river pebble stones were already in there. I just redistributed the non-super glued ones. I need to add a few more because I think it's got a little bit too much black and white for my taste. So, but it's cool. It's not a cactus, but it is a little tree. I'm trying to remember I knew the name, but I can't think of it now. I'm not good at bonsai. It is somewhat new. I'm not really doing it to be getting into bonsai, but I just like the look of this plant. I just like the rooty kind of look to it. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't really get it to do the whole keep it small or whatever thing. I'll probably let it grow somewhat, especially right now, because like I said, from what I understand, the more you let it just grow out and don't trim it, the thicker the trunk will get, and then when you trim it, that's what makes it look like it's the mature grown tree. And in a miniature version. Oh, and then I have this little one. This is a Drunkard's Delight, and it is a tree cactus. So it'll grow like from what I understand, in between branches. So like at the intersection of the tree trunk and the branch, it'll grow right there, probably in like dead leaf and other plant material that is built up and sort of makes it like a medium. So it's actually not a bright light cactus, even though it's considered, I believe it's considered technically a cactus. Some cactus are called cactus, but they're only really succulents. Like all cactus are succulents, but not all succulents are cactus. So some succulents, like my pencil cactus, is not a cactus, but it's called a cactus. So yeah, I think it goes by some other... Actually, I still have the tag on it. I think it told one of its other names. What was the other? Although, again, never trust tags. Oh, it doesn't tell its other names, other than its scientific name, which, again, also could be incorrect. Some plants, they discover later on that although they looked very similar, that prior to genetic testing, they would think that it was a certain variety, and then they find out now that they can do advanced genetic tests on these plants, just like they can do on us, to determine, our genetic background, or paternity test or maternity test or whatever it might be. And so a lot of plants now are falling out of certain families because they merely looked similar, and so it was assumed that they were related when they really were not related in any way. And so sometimes you can't trust the labels on the plants, because sometimes they're going by the old scientific name instead of the new scientific name. And it's a little bit more temperate, or not temperate, ill-tempered, I meant to say, because it is a lower light cactus. It lives in the trees, and so it's protected from bright sunlight. Well, not bright sunlight, but it's protected from direct sunlight. And so I have it hanging right now because, it would be up in the trees in its real life anyway. And I kind of have to... Oh, I guess you guys can't really see. I would have to... Oh, you can see it right there. But on cloudy days, I have to move it further down on the chain like it is right now, since it's been snowing. And then on bright days, I actually move it up, way up here, because right where it is, it'll get direct sunlight. So yeah, I kind of have to move it back and forth, which is fine because I don't mind doing that. But it is a little bit of a process, and that's the problem with having a ton of plants in a room like this. I could probably have a lot easier of a time just moving some of them other places. But like the cactus love it. The cactus are great. They love western facing, really harsh, as much light as you can get, most of them at least. Like I said, some of the more tropical varieties are a little bit different. And I think that's what Drunkard's Delight is more of a tropical kind of South American variety. Probably something maybe that lives right on the edge of the forest and like the trees where they're getting some brighter light than they would in the jungle, but like covered light. That would be my guess. I would love to eventually get a greenhouse. I might turn it into a business at some point, but at this point in time, it's just a hobby. But I'm happy to share them on YouTube, and I think it makes a good set. I think especially when the lights are on, where you can actually see the plants or during the day, it makes it a lot more interesting. Right now, with just only the colored lights on, you can't really see the plants quite as well. But when I have my grow light actually turned on to the lower setting so that it doesn't overwhelm the stream, it actually looks good. So I'm going to start doing that more often. But, again, just haven't been doing streams, period, recently because it's been frustrating. So, oh yeah, I was going to see if I still have a functioning. Oh no, I don't even have it on here. I guess, let's see. Oh no, it's 4:30. Okay. I'm not going to do Twitch tonight. We'll do Twitch next time, and I'll set it up so that I can actually stream from the other computer. That'll be simple. It's just a pain to do it live on stream and make you guys sit there and watch me, run through all the settings again and do all that, especially for it being so late. And it's about time to wrap things up anyway here. Wow, why can I not see my time? All right, OBS. Oh yeah, we've been on here for a long time. So, all right. But anyway, yeah, that's how we save the lucky bamboo. I will, hold on just 1 second. So, all right, just to show, this is one that I did about a week ago. And there's no more yellowing. It hasn't sprouted anything new yet, but it has a pretty healthy root system in there, and it's looking good. And the only thing I had to do was cut off the bad part and change the water. And then I keep it changed every once in a while, and it does great. So, again, there's really no reason for these places to lose all these plants. And it seems like quite the cut on profit, too, when it really would take such little labor to keep a lot of these things healthy. Well, they just make these weird decisions, like, so, like, the one particular store that I frequent, I know right now all the cactus are probably dead because it just snowed and they had already moved them outside. And so they had hundreds of cactus outside for people to buy them out there in the regular garden center. They had been indoors because it was frosting, and then all of a sudden it got warm for like a week, and they were like, okay, great. It's all over. No more frost, no more bad weather. We're moving all of our cactus outside. They had no need to. They didn't need the room. the room isn't being taken up now. The same place the cactus were is completely empty now. And now it's snowed for the last 12 plus hours, and all of them, unless they randomly moved them, if they were really smart, they probably would have moved them right away. But I'll have to go over there and actually see if I can look at them in the next few days, and because as far as I know, there wasn't even a roof on that section. It's the garden center, chain link fence and a bunch of plants. And so all these southwestern plants that are not used to snow, not that it doesn't happen, so it's not like necessarily a death sentence, but some of them are South American cactus, and so those will probably have never seen snow ever. If it's like a Southwest United States variety, it probably has been hit by snow. Maybe not the young plants, but the variety, it probably is tolerant. Some cactus are tolerant to very low temperatures, so it's not necessarily a death sentence, but you have these tiny plants in their infancy, going through an environment that they're not used to. It might happen there from time to time, but it's still going to be rare, and so, having to survive that is going to be a lot harder on them, where it's not happening quite as often. They're having more time in between. And so this idea that, they put out these plants like weeks before they knew the last frost would be, or if they even thought of it, they could have easily saved what probably will take the lives or greater health of many, if not the majority of these plants, if again they didn't do an emergency move this morning into the indoor section, which the way I see all the rest of the plants, like the lucky bamboo and how it's just sort of left to die, it kind of makes me wonder if they really took the time to even move the plants in, or if they just said, well, that's the end of the cactus season, and just let them all rot. So we'll see. I'll have to give you guys an update, if that's even interesting to anyone. But all right. Let me set this guy down. Somehow, I've had a wall hook randomly adhere itself to my desk, so that's good news. So that's like a third of my new plants. There's still a bunch more, but we'll do some more when I have better lighting. I just don't feel like I'm doing him justice. Maybe we'll do a daytime stream for some plants, but I'm going to try and do some more travel streams coming up here pretty soon. There obviously will be some episodes coming on 539. I didn't intend to take a break again, but, again, it's just like one thing after another. It's like, as soon as I'm ready to hit the road and go back to work again, then I get the analytics in the email and realize that the channel is somehow suffering again for some unknown reason, even though I get good amounts of, decent amounts of views. I feel like I get enough views from my followers that the YouTube algorithms should be like, at least look at it and be like, hey, this is interesting. Maybe we'll show a few more people this. So it's kind of weird, but who knows? Maybe it'll be completely different next month. I usually try not to check it from month to month too much, but I knew it was getting kind of bad over the last few years anyway, so it was kind of expected. But I was hoping beyond hope that YouTube would kind of change things around and be like, okay, there's these people that are really struggling, and we're gonna do something to help them now. And I thought for the longest time, all you have to do is just weather the storm. Just weather the storm, and YouTube will get through their stuff, and then you can start to grow like normal again. And it just really didn't work that way. So we're going to have to take some drastic action, figure out some ways around, maybe, like I said, do some ad campaigns of my own, and we're going to try to spark some life back into it. And if not, then maybe moving the non-performing content onto a third channel, like I said, is the option that's going to suit us best, and to focus more on that, and like I said, to make sure that 539 just remains a weekly cemetery exploration series. Again, if I can talk to people as much as I like and explain it to people as much as I can possibly talk, and say that it's a travel series, but you really can't explain to the algorithm and just sit there and talk in plain English. It's it's just going to look at your channel and see whatever data it sees, and it's going to make whatever determination it makes, and it's going to run with it. And so there's no way to stop it. If the algorithm is the thing you're fighting against, you have to find some outside influence to update the algorithm's idea of what you are. And so that's what I'm going to have to do, is find a way to have outside influence on the algorithm, which, I mean, we're not talking about breaking terms of service. We're just talking about, like, advertising, It's just like, if you walk in and tell somebody about 539 Productions and they type in the URL into their browser and visit it, there's no algorithm that can prevent that. And that's a way to overcome the algorithm from an outside source. And so strategic ad campaigns and things like that can often achieve that same result. And so if we can't get YouTube to help us, I guess we'll bring in our own troops, and we'll do it with money, I guess. If that's what I have to do, then I'll spend some money to advertise my own channel, and I think that's important anyway. I do it from time to time anyway. It's always good to reinvest some of the money that you make instead of assuming that it's just profit to go into your pocket. It's not a good way to run a business anyway. So yeah, maybe we'll just rearrange the cash flow, and instead of spending on a massive trip, we'll go on some really cool smaller trips, but longer distance still. Like I said, like the Lake Michigan, do a loop around Lake Michigan, and set some of that money into an ad campaign, and maybe that will beat or finally defeat the YouTube algorithm. Who knows? Is it likely? Probably not. Is it worth the risk? Yeah. So I'll try everything to get things back on track. But yeah, it was just a weird turn of events and a weird time. Had I been on YouTube 2 years earlier, I probably would have been fine. It's the sad part of the deal. And I almost know it 100% because I won't say their names, because there's just no reason to anyway. But I know somebody who started YouTube 2 months before me, and they had made it far enough before the algorithm changed that that they were able to survive, and now they are a very large channel. And it shows you that we were growing at almost the same rate, the same exact rate. And because they had started YouTube like 2 or 3 months before me, they had just enough subscribers to bear the brunt of the algorithm change. And as soon as the algorithm changed, they went forward and my channel went down. And it was just crazy to see that. A few months difference was the difference between two channels performing the exact same, getting almost the exact amount of subscribers per month. It was almost dead on, the same gap. No matter what day you could check, and it was the same exact gap between me and them. And then the algorithm changed, and they kept going, and I just slowly started to die. So it was kind of weird to be able to literally just put it within a 3-month gap of, had I started YouTube in January of 2012 instead of, or not 2012, 2015, instead of October, then everything probably would have been okay. That's how crazy it is. We would have been sitting at almost 100,000 subscribers now, easy, getting a decent amount of views. And even though the channel content would have changed slightly, it wouldn't have affected everything as much as it did. So kind of sad, but nothing you can do about it now besides to react in a way that hopefully fixes the problem. So that's where we're at, but I'm gonna keep trying. My thoughts here on the second channel is that with the way the new system works, that it doesn't matter so much as long as you're not monetized, but the moment you are monetized, you sort of have to hit the ground running. And so I'm gonna still give this second channel a shot, even though, as you can see on the second channel, if you go back, it also subscribership / views have just plummeted. So we're gonna give it a shot, but yeah, like I said, I guess if the answer is third channel, fourth channel, give up on a few things, and focus on areas that are gonna work, then we'll do what we have to do. But I'd hate to see it. In a lot of ways, I really just want things to work and to be fixed, because I'd rather just keep it with the 2 channels. I like 539 Productions being the travel channel, and Mystery being the live streams and extraneous content, I guess. I think it's cool that way. I like it that way. I want it to be a travel series. But I just don't know that YouTube's going to let me do that anymore. So we're going to dump as much money as I can into the problem, hoping that advertising will, again, create a steady flow of people in from the outside. And then once we've created new commenters, new people hitting the thumbs up button, new people sharing, new activity, that might sort of jumpstart an old engine that, the algorithm thought was dying, because it has happened. I have watched channels in the past that have said they have come to the point where they were dying, and then randomly they changed their content completely, and the content happened to be popular, and for whatever reason it completely revived their channel from the point of death. It's just not likely. So I'm warning people, but I think then the strong move is, again, separating the content and doing strictly cemetery videos on the primary channel, because that's what gets views, and playing the strong arm. Essentially say, I'm going to do what gets views, and then for my fans who truly, truly want to get everything, subscribe to the third channel, and hopefully in doing that, the third channel takes off and becomes the travel channel. And then the little country graveyards and cemetery and mausoleum explorations can live happily on 539 Productions, which maybe can eventually get a rebranding, like, people were saying, a different name, when it doesn't matter as much anymore, when it's not as drastic of a change to the 539 model, Because like I've always said, I don't want 539 to just remain 2 YouTube channels and a few social media networks. I have a bigger, grander vision of everything, but it's just significantly slowed down because of all these changes, my goal was to move into all kinds of new types of content on different types of channels, and maybe do like short films or things like that, and also create a side of things that was outside of social media, to be able to do different film projects. Like I said, like even like doing like a film festival thing, like making an actual feature-length film and putting it in a film festival, something fun like that. I think that'd be really interesting to really try, but yeah, kind of been slowed down by all this. But I just need to find kind of a new direction to kind of push in, because if YouTube's not going to be the mode of growth that it once was, then I need to maybe pursue something else that that is going to work better, and then use YouTube as the secondary, or like I said, just separate the content. So we're just at that point where I'm trying to figure things out, and that's why I've been taking all these long breaks. It's like, if I'm not trying to figure out this specific problem, I've been trying to figure out other problems. It's like I'm trying to figure out the live streams. I'm trying to figure out getting guests. I'm trying to figure out what people like to use. It's just like this, I have the Discord set up, and it's fine if people don't like it or people don't use it or whatever. Some people do, and some people want to be interviewed, and some people don't. But it's like, I've got things set up and ready, but I'm kind of at the will of available guests and people, and the YouTube algorithm, and so I'm kind of I've got a lot of things built that are waiting to succeed, that might succeed, but it's just I'm looking for that model of steady growth to fill in the gaps, if you know what I mean. I'm cool with having a channel that might not succeed, but might randomly succeed by having just that one or two really popular videos that shoot you to the top, which is, a lot of times, that's how people make it. They might make videos consistently for 2 years that might not do amazingly well, and then they might have that one that just hits and it gets, 1 million views. And, if a lot of those people subscribe, then your channel just roars up all of a sudden. If I get a video that goes suddenly viral and I get, 20,000 new subscribers overnight, then yeah, that's going to breathe the life that I need back into the channel. But I can't count on that either. It's like, if I'm going to make it, in this world, I'm going to need that steady growth model too. And, that comes in the form of building the other social media platforms and expanding and investing in different areas and advertising and in other, business ventures, so, that's where we are. As every YouTuber, I obviously was hoping that between the content, the people, and the algorithm, that everything would work together and sort of spring me forward in the way that it's at first seemed like it was going to. And it was for a long time. Obviously for a long time I was amazed with the amount of growth. It was like I almost didn't want to talk about it because I was afraid I was going to, I don't believe in that type of thing, but, I was afraid I was going to curse myself. And, but, now it's come to the point where I do have to make certain decisions. And so, it's not like I can't make it. It's either I got to either give up or I'm going to make certain decisions that are hard. So, yeah. It sucks, but it happens. And, I don't know. Maybe it's just a sign that I should have done the music to start with and done that all along, instead of worrying about the hardest possible avenue, which is a very, very niche form of travel, when travel is not even the most popular content on YouTube, let alone the type of travel I do. Obviously, the most popular form of travel on YouTube is probably going to be your food travel shows. And so those do really incredibly well. But often they don't do as well as music or, comedy. So there are some obvious things that I could have done from the beginning to have made myself more popular and made it an easier journey. But I just, either for whatever reason, didn't want to, for certain reasons, whether it was creating content that I didn't like, or I wasn't in a place where I felt like I could create music. I didn't want to create music at that point in my life. I had been creating music and other aspects for, many, many years of my life, and I wasn't at a place in my life like where I felt like I could do that, where I felt like I could slap together like an album and practice a bunch and put it up on YouTube and make videos and do live streams about it and perform live, concerts or shows or whatever. I didn't really feel like I could at that point. I feel like I'd be better apt at it now. But at the same time, I'm taking something that I've worked on for 5+ years now, and I'm saying, best of luck, I'm going to start over. In 5 years, millions of views, 30,000 plus subscribers. And it's a hard thing to just be like, okay, we need to really focus on something else, because this thing that really has done some impressive things, has achieved some impressive goals. To say that I have even a single, to say that I've achieved 1 million views, to say that my channel's achieved 6 million views, which it has, to say that I have videos with hundreds of thousands, with millions of views, that's awesome. I have more subscribers than some towns. I don't have that many subscribers compared to a lot of people on YouTube, but 30,000 people is more than a lot of the towns around me. So it's impressive in some ways. So it sucks to just be like, all right, I'm going to take this thing that was performing really well, and I'm going to throw it in the trash can, or put it on the back burner, or only do the type of content that works there instead of the type of content that I necessarily want to do. And it's hard. But I mean, it's like, what are you gonna do? I can't argue with the algorithm, and I clearly can't argue with YouTube, because they're gonna send me back that automatic response telling me, don't worry, not everybody clicks on your notifications. And even though that'll never fix the issue, I'm at the same point, and again, the realization that, and again, that's not every month that's like that, but they're not all too far off recently. So, realizing that you were getting better subs years ago is quite the humbling realization. So I've got to do something about this. We got to do something to pick it back up, and maybe this channel is somewhat the answer in this whole idea of the podcast and all that. I think that's a very popular format right now. If there's anything that's popular and right now on YouTube, it's long format podcast and live streams. So I think there is hope in that, and there's obviously hope in music. I've been a musician since I was, like 6. I've been singing since I was 3. So I think there might be hope in that, because music is popular. I have literally books of songs. Literally books. I have probably several hundred, either partial or fully written songs. I'm not sure how many will ever make it to being able to listen to it, but I have content from different periods in my life and things that I've been making recently that is vastly different from a lot of the stuff. A lot of stuff I made early on was very sort of your closer to run-of-the-mill sort of, I wouldn't say run-of-the-mill, it definitely wasn't run-of-the-mill, but more of like a pop-punk sound. I do have some recordings of that I would like to share, but I don't know where they are at this moment, although they might be here somewhere. But they're probably on CD, so that could be a problem. I don't even know if I have a functioning CD player. Somewhere I do. I don't know. I haven't used a CD player in years. So, but yeah, I have tons of music. I play multiple instruments. I have an understanding of more. So, I'd love to get more into my keyboard skills. I have some keyboard skills. I wouldn't call myself a piano player at all, but I am trying to work on maybe doing some of that in the future. But yeah, it's a crazy mashup right now. It's quite the think the only words I could come up with would maybe not work very well towards monetizing this channel, if this channel is truly the answer. But yeah, I don't know if I can even describe it. And I think it's not just for me, it's the big creators too. And you hear all these creators talking about burnout, and creator burnout on YouTube is a real thing. And a lot of it is because of the way YouTube has changed things around. It's just, you took a lot of people's livelihoods, or what was potentially to be people's livelihoods, because, I know I have friends, like I said, I have friends in higher places, and so I know what the numbers look like. So when I say I should have been at 100,000 by now, I know what kind of money I would have been making at 100,000, and that's a full-fledged running, functioning business that can begin to expand and become algorithm-proof in many ways. And so that's very frustrating to me to see people, getting to the point where they, and I'm happy for them. A lot of these people are my friends, and so I'm happy and incredibly proud of them. But, knowing that, like you can imagine, like I was saying earlier, between 1,500 to 2,000 subs almost every day for a little bit over a very short period of time. So you can imagine, and obviously that was the result of a single video too. And so that kind of goes back into like what I was saying earlier about how it can be sort of random, even though it was healthier back then. But I've had these moments of extraordinary growth. And then, I just kind of felt like, and I understand that there's a difference between the in-between times. Like, I had obviously those times where, there was just, you had significant amounts of growth, and then it, evens out a little bit, and you have more significant, and that's normal. This was what I'm talking about. This is just abnormal. It's the growth hasn't spiked in the last 2 years. We haven't had those moments of growth anymore. We don't have many of the bigger videos. Some of the videos are okay. So some of the videos I look back like a year later, and it's like, okay, well, it only did 2,000 the first week, and that's fine. But it eventually made it to like 17,000 or 20,000. So it's okay. I do have pretty good viewership in terms of like people watching my older videos and things like that. So I do decent, and I'm not complaining there. But for whatever reason, the subscribership is just way down, and I do think it's somewhat because the content has changed, and because some people aren't interested in the new content. But I'm still not, convinced based upon what I know the YouTube audience in general likes. Seeing other channels that do exactly what I do and perform way better than me, and a lot of times the channels are way younger than my channels, not in age of the people, but the age of the channel itself, and their channels way outperform mine, even though I put out almost the exact same content. Some of it may not be as interesting, but then again, some of theirs probably isn't either. I'm not a big watcher of other people that are like me anymore. Not that I don't like them; they're all my friends. But it's just like at a certain point, you just concentrate on yourself. Hey there, Amanda. Good to see you. Welcome to the live stream. So yeah, it's just this weird environment on YouTube right now. Is every channel is just treated differently. I can literally do the same thing as somebody else, and have been doing it way longer than them, and they can still outperform me because YouTube has already decided on my channel. It's almost better to be newer in some aspects. I'd be a little bit afraid now to be brand new because of like what I was saying earlier with some of like the celebrity chefs that have started podcasts, and podcasts are really popular, and celebrity chefs are really popular. And when I saw a celebrity chef start a podcast, and after like so many months they only had 10,000 subscribers, I was like, there's no way that's not a YouTube thing. Like, that dude is a way bigger celebrity than arguably I may ever be. Like, he has a successful YouTube channel, several successful restaurants, TV shows on multiple networks. Like, got to deal with the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. I mean, this dude has had a contract with the NFL and is struggling to get past 10,000 subscribers on his second channel. Like, and to me, that shows that there's some weird, crazy, terrible problem in the background of YouTube right now, and they're not airing themselves out. They're not being transparent. They're not telling us. Just like the notification issue took, I mean, I don't even think YouTube ever officially said, hey, we're having notification issues. But every major channel, every famous YouTuber, on down to people my size, said, hey, there's notification issues. And YouTube just kept being like, no, it's you. It's you. The people aren't liking your videos, so they're not clicking on them. Or they kept telling me, prove it. If you can prove it, we'll look into it. And, but, there was the proof right inside of it, right in front of their eyes. It's like, well, what about this channel with 5 million subscribers that's having the same problem with me? What about Dan Bell over here, who, has hundreds of thousands of subscribers and is having the same problem as me? What about all these other people? And it's kind of funny to see, like, I saw one channel, and again, I'm not going to say who they were, but they tweeted about it. And because they had a lot of subscribers, YouTube instantly got back. Oh, we're so sorry that you're having issues. We'll try and look into that right away. And it's like, and so I tweeted at him right away. I said, I'm experiencing the same problems too. And because I had approximately 40,000 less subscribers than this person, YouTube ignored my tweet. But they made sure to get a hold of that person within like 2 minutes. So, yeah, they just do not value small creators right now. And I guess they have no incentive to, because again, they have the traditional media right now that has their backs. They make their money off of your NBCs, your ABCs. They make their money off of Interscope Records. They make their money off of all these pop stars and rock stars that have already made it, who are already, a lot of them anyway, are already millionaires. And, but that's where YouTube makes all of their money now. And so, it makes it a bad environment when, you're pulling in only a few million views, and you're trying to compete with these, huge rock bands who are arguably pulling in billions of views, and these huge pop stars which are pulling in even more views. Like, you can argue and say that PewDiePie has the biggest single person run channel on YouTube. But if you were to compare PewDiePie's views to Ariana Grande's views, I would guess that Ariana Grande's views would absolutely decimate his views. And that's part of the problem. That's why YouTube doesn't have to focus on creators. It only has to focus on traditional media now. And so YouTube is where it was 10 steps ahead in the industry and created a whole new industry. The traditional industry just moved into the house and took over. And so it moved YouTube back the same 10 steps that they had been forward. And now YouTube is traditional media and caters to traditional media and doesn't care about YouTubers anymore as much. Although, like I said, there have been some small changes recently that I think are encouraging. So I'm not saying there's no hope, but I'm saying it's bleak. YouTube has become unhealthy. It's become pro big creator, anti small creator, pro, let's just do the safe option, and let's rake in the cash, and we'll sprinkle some, little nuggets over the small creators to keep them coming back and fill in those gaps, so we can keep giving out those bonus checks at the end of the year. So it's what it's become to be like as a smaller creator. I watch as people in doing similar content to me grow and grow and grow, and watch my own channel die. So it's kind of crazy. Although, like I said, I don't think it's completely unreversible. So we're going to try over the next few months to literally resurrect the channel. And if not, we'll take the 539 experience and we'll break it up into, I guess, more, like I said, more smaller sections. Like I said, all the cemeteries will exist on 539. All the live streams will exist here like they do already, and then there'll be a third or fourth channel for the other types of content that I want to do. So like I said, at a certain point you have to play the game, because if you can't break out if it's just not working. I can say as much as I want that I'm gonna resist doing things, but at a certain point it's like resistance is just going to kill your channel, and that's where I'm at right now. It's either I fully embrace the cemetery idea, only do that and nothing else, and create another channel, or I, like I said, create this sort of strategic ad campaign to sort of try and make 539 into the road trip, series that I want to make it into. So hopefully that works. And if not, we'll, like I said, we'll turn over the primary channel to what performs. We'll let the audience decide. If the audience and the algorithm decides only country graveyards, only cemeteries, only mausoleums, then 539 will exist as that, and maybe that will put things back to where it needs to be. And I can find other areas, other creative outlets for the other types of content. Yeah, well, the problem right now is that although YouTube is unhealthy, YouTube is also the best. There is nothing else, Twitch is a potential, but to say the least, a lot of people now are saying that YouTube is the primary live platform. Twitch is not really a platform for videos like I do on 539 Production, and other avenues like Facebook are almost a joke, like, to be perfectly honest. Like, I put up a video on Facebook I put up my cemetery series on Facebook, and that had done hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube, and I think I got about 200 to 300 views per video. It was a 3-part series. So, hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube. Same video. Shared it to all kinds of Facebook groups. I shared it to cemetery groups and graveyard groups and road trip groups and travel groups, and hundreds of thousands of accounts should have been graced with these videos on their screens, and not to watch necessarily, but with each one of these groups had anywhere between 2,000 to several 100,000 members, and so there should have been a lot of opportunity, even greater opportunity for that video to propagate on Facebook, arguably, than YouTube. And Facebook being the definitely inferior product, completely trashed the video and gave all three a combined less than 1,000 views. So it was pathetic to the point of being laughable. So that's kind of where we are at. YouTube just dominates the market. Although YouTube is bad for small creators right now, it is still the only hope that a lot of creators have. It is simply the best option in a sea of bad options. YouTube used to be really great for small creators and really great for these tiny little niche audiences that wanted just to see the strangest things on YouTube. And there's people that got millions of subscribers from licking the sides of buildings, and that might sound terrible and sound stupid, but that's what was great about YouTube, was that everybody had a chance. And now, even though YouTube still is the best chance, it's still bad here too now, and it's just not good anywhere else. So if you're live, like we might have a chance to do like some cool live stuff over on Twitch and have a good chance to grow. But Twitch is not the same as YouTube, and Twitch is oriented towards live and live only. And you can have non-live content, but it's not the same as like what YouTube is. So you're not going to have the same type of platform. And the other platforms are either absolutely terrible or filled with audiences of people that I don't want. So, that's where we're at. Like, it's just the best of a bad situation is YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is pretty good, but again, it has its own problems. But it's a smaller, I think, younger company, so it may mature as time goes on and actually become better. And maybe they'll become a Twitch, a non-live Twitch. Maybe Twitch will take over that YouTube market, so it's good to have that over there and ready and waiting. But anyway, I'm going to end this. I've been talking way too much. I've been talking for like 5 hours about this. So I appreciate you all being here. We'll be back again with another Command Center stream pretty soon, and hopefully a travel stream in the next week or so as I get back out on the road, hopefully weather cooperating. Like I said, some of these videos I do just don't lend themselves. I like doing videos in rough weather because it makes really good content, I feel like, but some locations just don't work very well towards it. And a lot of these little cemeteries and graveyards around here, it's like if it's covered in snow, it's just you're not going to find anything anyway. So, but I will try to do the travel stream as soon as I'm able, and until then, I'm gonna try and keep working on this channel. And of course, as always, please, if you have other social media like Instagram, make sure to check me out over there. Lots of cool, fun stuff over there too. So, on the off chance that anybody is here tonight that doesn't know me, it seems like the algorithm, with 0 subscribers over the last 28 days, it does seem like the algorithm is completely ignoring this channel altogether. But again, that might just be because it's not monetized, and YouTube doesn't really do anything with non-monetized videos anymore. So that's okay. But yeah, if you do happen to be here and you have no idea who I am or what 539 Productions is, or this is the first time you ever seen it, make sure you hit that subscribe button over here too. And we'd be happy to see you here on the live streams and have some fun conversations, and hopefully some we will have some guests coming up here pretty soon and be talking about some fun topics like tattoos and piercings and gaming and travel and all kinds of cool stuff. So not sure exactly what day I'll be back, but I will try to update everybody over on Instagram, hopefully a few days before. Usually when I'm not good about updating people, it's just because things are going so badly in the background. So that's that. But anyway, appreciate you all being here tonight. Thanks for joining me on the first stream with the new 539 numbers up there. And again, they are not quite finished. They will be getting a little bit better as I clip some of the lights back and actually get some of the stuff covered up so it's not showing in between the numbers there. So, yeah, hoping to be back here soon. And yeah, I appreciate how many people actually showed up. It does seem like, if I'm going to say anything positive tonight about YouTube, I was impressed with the, even though the low amount of viewership we had, it was a lot better than the first time I took a break and came back recently. So maybe on some side of things, maybe on the live side of things, maybe things are turning around. So let's hope for the best there. But thanks again. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the like button if you enjoyed the stream. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all again here soon, and hopefully with some better news. So appreciate y'all, and see you in the next one.